On the money. On the money. Just so we're clear, this is exhibit number 5. This is odor mitigation abatement order progress report. Is this what you're referencing, Ms. Manuel?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, very well. And then the respondent's exhibit is exhibit A. Respondent status report is what you referenced earlier, correct, sir?
Yes, sir.
Perfect, perfect. All right, good deal. All right.
A for the status report.
What?
Mr. Rule, was it A for the status report?
Yes, I think so.
Mr. Chair, do you know when that was sent out?
Mr. We received this, I would assume it was days ago, correct, Mr. Chavez?
Friday?
No, that was a while ago.
Okay. Emails then.
But this wasn't the, yeah, exactly. Yeah, August 1st, Miss. I do remember, recall that because
That
yeah,
was
we
a
received
Friday.
this August 1st, Miss Verdugo Peralta, the odor mitigation abatement order progress report.
Thank you.
August 1st That one we. And
This is,
this one.
oh,
It's brought out the-
I'm sorry. Got it. Okay, Ms. Verdugo, just for clarification, we're referencing the respondent's status report was August 1st. There's two reports.
That's correct. I
Yes.
submitted that to the clerk on August 1.
The order mitigation abatement order progress report will be forthcoming.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Verdugo, proud to Mr. Pearman is there with you, correct?
Yes, he is.
No, Miss, okay, so, perfect. So the exhibit that we're referencing, which is number 5, will be sent within a few minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Mr. Chair, I believe the district has resolved its tech issue.
Good morning. We're on the record. Good morning. I would like to call today's hearing to order at 9:43 a.m. Who do we have before us today? South Coast Air Quality Management District versus Browning Ferris Industries of California, Inc., DBA Sunshine Canyon Landfill, case number 3448-18. Ms. Verdugo Prauta and Mr. Perman, it appears as if you're not sitting next to us, so make a clear presumption that you're remote. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And were those notices posted pursuant to the old Brown Act, Brown Act 1? Is that correct, ma'am?
Yes.
And both of you are in the same location, is that correct as well?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And are there any individuals other than Mr. Peralta in the room with you?
No, sir.
Okay, and Mr. Perman, I guess she's answering for you, so we're good to go. All right. Okay, today we have several individuals who provided public comment / the one. So we have several who provided public comment via they did it via declaration or a submittal of an email, which we'll call that out in a second. We do have one who's before us today, Mr. Wayne Hunter. You come on over to the microphone, Mr. Hunter. So just so we're clear, you're a public witness, so we're gonna administer the oath. Is that okay?
Yes, if you want me to give my testimony now, but I would have preferred to do it later and just do a offhand public comment because
Okay, not a problem.
you allowed us to do that the last
Hey,
time.
the floor is yours, sir. Just state your name for the record and we'll put 3 minutes on the clock.
Thank you. My name is Wade Hunter, the president of the Valley Coalition of Concerned Citizens, Inc. I just wanted, again, I do plan to make a presentation a little bit later, but I just wanted to know a lot of people you don't see in the past.
Oh, yeah, turn the microphone on, Mr. Hunter.
I'm
Okay,
sorry,
so
my
try
apologies.
one more time. Start over if you will.
My apologies. My name is Wade Hunter. I'm the president of the North Valley Coalition of Concerned Citizens, Inc. I do plan to make a presentation later on, but I just wanted to make some comments. In the past, we've filled various venues with people, okay, concerned over these odors, these ongoing odors that have plagued us for many years. And today, of course, you don't see a bunch of people. It's very hard to get here. And today was a major problem anyway because of the freeway backup for 6.5 miles. But a lot of the people, or not a lot, some of the people have tuned in via online. So to see and possibly offer some comments. I know some of them sent comments into you. I was sitting at a GHNNC meeting. It was Granada Hills North Neighborhood Council had a meeting last night, and sitting next to me, I'm on the board, was a new board member. And he said to me, it stunk 5 nights in a row this week. That kind of thing, you can't live there. These poor people, it's constantly, it's not something that happens once in a while. It's something that happens to them constantly, day after day. And there were we actually had a good attendance for a change. There were a lot of people in the audience and they didn't even know to call the AQMD because they're going, I smell it. And I told them, hey, you need to call the 1-800-CUT-SMOG and report. So we've got a lot of people that are new to the community also that don't know anything about what to do. So I'm telling you that the situation there is far worse than what you see, or maybe what you have heard, far worse. And people are starting to become, distraught. We can't get any action. We can't get any relief. And that's why we look to this board to give us some relief. Now, I know that there's things that are being done. We have regular reports to the Sunshine Canyon Landfill Community Advisory Committee. Mr. Eugene Singh does provide reports, and so does the manager of the landfill. And they provide reports, but nothing is, we're hearing the same information, and we don't see the changes. All we see is thousands of reports a year of foul odors that are bothering the community. So anyway, we look to you to make sure that we're going to get the relief that we need, and that if there's additional conditions needed in order to make that happen, we hope that you will employ them. So thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Hunter. Let the record reflect that no one has sought the attention of the chair to provide any public comments and or witness testimony in person. So now we're going to move to online. Mr. Clerk, are there any individuals desirous of providing any public comment or evidentiary testimony online?
No.
Let the record reflect that no one has sought recognition. We're now going to move to the exhibits. The exhibits are very clear. Petitioner's Exhibit 5, very thick, voluminous report, odor mitigation abatement order progress report. That's exhibit number 5. The petitioner's exhibit. The respondent's exhibit is A, respondent's status report. Respondent's status report is exhibit A. Public exhibits. P34 is an email from Jessica McMahon, last name MC MAHON, dated 3/18/25. That's P34. Public exhibit 35, email from Alicia Delaney, dated 4/1/25. P36, letter from Protect North San Fernando Valley, California Communities Against Toxics, dated 4/8/25. P37, email from Norha, I'll just spell the first name, N-U-R-H-A, last name C-H-A-H-A-Y-E-D, dated 4/8/25. P38, email from Bill Cotter, C-O-T-T-E-R, dated 9/2/25. P34, email from Meg Volt, V-O-L-T, dated 9/2/25. P40, email from Aviva, spell the first name A-V-I-V-A, last name E-B-N-E-R, dated 9/3/25. P41, email from Chandra, last name R-A-M-S-I-N-G-H-A-N-I, dated 9/2/25. P42, email from Elizabeth, last name is M-I-T-E-V, dated 9/2/25. P43, Andrea, last name P-R-O-V-E-N-Z-A-L-E, dated 9/2/25. P44, email from Leanne, last name F-A-E-T-H, dated 9/3/25. P45, written testimony of Wade Hunter. Wade Hunter, last name H-U-N-T-E-R, president of North Valley Coalition of Concerned Citizens. And then P46 is an email from Gita, I spell the first name G-I-T-A, last name Belinsky, B-E-L-I-N-S-K-Y, P46, dated 9/3/2025. This concludes all of the public exhibits, as well as exhibits as proffered by the petitioner and respondent. We're going to move to the petitioner for your opening statements. And just state your name and you're representing the executive office, I surmise.
Good morning, Chair Ali, members of the hearing board, and members of the public participating here today. My name is Karen Manwaring, and I'm the attorney representing the executive officer in today's status hearing. On March 19th, this hearing board issued an abatement order directing at Browning Ferris Industries of California, Republic Services, known here colloquially as Sunshine Canyon Landfill. At that time, as part of your order, you set today's status hearing. The district will present as witnesses today Mr. Larry Israel, a supervising air quality inspector, and Mr. Eugene Sang, someone well known to this board and in the world of solid waste management, and who is currently contracted with the City of Los Angeles to support the Sunshine Canyon Landfill Local Enforcement Agency. Both have extensive experience with Sunshine Canyon Landfill and both participated in the successful 2016 abatement hearings. Mr. Israel and Mr. Sang will both testify that respondent is complying with the order issued by this hearing board. As required by condition 1 and as reported in what has been marked as Exhibit A, there is progress to report on each of the conditions required by your order, and each measure being implemented consistent with the order. This is likely of little comfort to the communities impacted by the nuisance level odors caused by Sunshine Canyon Landfill. The community is angry that relief is not coming faster. I want to acknowledge this and the very real experiences impacting the quality of life these communities have been experiencing. And I want to acknowledge their sustained efforts to demand change through public processes, including participating in this hearing. What can be done within this hearings board jurisdiction is limited, but it is important. What the community wants and deserves is immediate change, but there is no known solution that could bring immediate relief. If there was, it would have already been ordered by this board. This board identified during the March hearing that the operative order was not likely to eliminate the problem quickly enough. There is no one quick fix here. Instead, the order implements a suite of conditions intended to be cumulative and complementary to address multiple air quality issues simultaneously. But these measures do take time. Another concern raised in March was where in the order is the substance addressing air quality issues. It's unfortunate we were not more successful in explaining more clearly how this order directly addresses air quality and explaining what is here now that is new, that has not been ordered by this board before. I'm hopeful today's presentation rectifies this. The technology transfer of bringing microbiology from the agricultural sector to waste management is innovative and new. New technology to enhance monitoring is being used under this order. This will both enable the operator to deploy more rapid remediation to hotspots and will enable the regulators to assess the effectiveness of mitigation, including reducing surface emissions. You will also hear detailed explanations of design upgrades, including new cell design and the timing and the process of connecting liners, the addition of boots on vertical wells, and pancake wells to improve permeability and gas collection. Mr. Sang will testify in detail as to those new design upgrades. Plus, this order replicates the order in 2026 that effectively reduced surface emissions and enhanced landfill gas collection. Reducing the amount of gas that escapes the landfill and carries odoriferous compounds into the communities is how air quality is being addressed. We have seen what mitigation measures imposed through enforcement actions like this abatement order can achieve. The success of this board's 2016 order is well documented. The efficiency of the landfill gas collection was improved and surface emissions were reduced, both contributing to a significant decrease in odors experienced by the impacted communities. Yet, despite these gains achieved in prior years that followed that effort, conditions have changed. As you have already heard, by 2023, extreme weather events, including unprecedented precipitation, impacted this landfill to the extent that odor complaints returned to pre-2016 levels. The wet weather caused significant erosion, exposing new pathways for odors to escape. By 2024, the district received an unprecedented number of odor complaints, 2,187. And this year appears to be on track to exceed that number. Indeed, Mr. Israel and Mr. Sang will both share that July and August of 2025 are worse than any other prior August, July. Roughly 6 months ago, this board issued the operative order. So why is that the odors experienced by these communities are not getting better faster? There are contributing factors you will hear about today from today's witnesses. As already mentioned, increasing wet weather. Wet weather impacts erosion, which increases surface emissions and releases trash odors. Landfill gas odors increase because wet weather causes trash to decompose faster, which generates more gas, while at the same time impacting the wells that are intended to collect that gas. Wet weather also causes leachate, and leachate is a distinct odor different from trash and different from landfill gas. In addition to wet weather and the extreme weather events experienced in this region, another factor to keep in mind is that construction activities at the landfill are likely to involve excavation in or near buried trash. This creates new pathways for odors to escape through the surface. Many of the mitigation measures, when fully implemented, will provide relief, but each can result in a temporary release of odors themselves. You will hear about some atypical wind patterns, and as you may be aware, there was a delay in well drilling activities for several weeks following a fatal accident at the facility. Before concluding my open remarks, I'd also like to share some important updates happening outside the context of this hearing board and updates that are responsive to some of the concerns and requests made by board members in March. There will be additional air monitoring. On July 22nd, 2025, a contract with Sonoma Tech Incorporated, known as STI, was finalized between the City of Los Angeles, Department of City Planning, the County of Los Angeles, Department of Regional Planning, and Respondent for Public Services. That contract was discussed by Respondent's Council in March. It calls for 3 monitoring stations, 1 existing location at Van Gogh Elementary, 1 existing location on the ridge between the landfill and the community, and the addition of a new 3rd monitoring station upwind of the landfill. The monitoring will occur for a minimum of a year, and these sites will monitor for PM10, black carbon, VOCs, and carbonyls. Respondent is funding that contract. With the results of that monitoring, the district will then have an opportunity to evaluate the data consistent with District Rule 1402, which is the control of toxic air contaminants from existing sources. That district rule implements state statute AB 2588. At that time, a decision will be made by the district on the data consistent with the existing district rules if a health risk assessment will be performed. I'd also like to take a moment to underscore and remind everyone here the number of agencies involved in regulating the landfill. There are ongoing discussions amongst the public agencies, and there are public-facing processes outside of this hearing. First, this case includes an intensely collaborative effort between the district, which has the authority to bring the enforcement order, and the Sunshine Canyon LEA, which has the expertise to inform operators in waste management activities. You heard discussion in March about ongoing committees and a task force. Mr. Wade Hunter mentioned the SCLE CAC, the Community Advisory Committee. That meets every other month, and Mr. Hunter chairs that committee. There's also a standing technical advisory committee that had a role in the monitoring contract. In addition, you heard Mr. Sang discuss the interagency task force he participates in. There are many regulatory voices in this process, but it is this board that is vested with the authority to issue orders to abate odor nuisances. And given time, it is the district's belief that this order will bring much needed relief. It will do so by building on our prior successes while adding new innovative measures. In today's testimony, you'll hear Mr. Israel testify as to the district's enforcement actions and his observations about the implemented measures. Mr. Sang will testify in depth on the implementation of the conditions, including the action and the intended benefit to air quality. He will emphasize that the approach of this order is to identify and implement the best combination of cumulative and complementary measures to realize maximum improvements. As you listen to today's testimony, especially the technical testimony of Mr. Sang, I ask each of you to keep in mind the following: what, when, where? What is the action being done? Where is the action occurring? And what is the time frame in the process? I do not dispute Mr. Hunter's remarks. Relief is not coming quickly enough. But there is a lot of activity happening in compliance with this order, and we do have reason to believe the impact will be meaningful. With that, the district is not seeking any modifications at this time, but we do request the next status hearing be set. And we would recommend a hearing date after the next rainy season, plus a short window to analyze data in order to prove up that these measures will bring improvement for these communities. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the hearing board. My name is Tom Bruin. I'm counsel for Respondent, Browning Ferris Industries of California, Inc. I concur with Ms. Manwaring's recommendation that a status conference be set after the upcoming rainy season. There's been a lot of construction at the landfill this summer, both normal construction that's part of annual operation of the landfill, as well as many new and innovative concepts that are being applied through the recommendation of the local enforcement agency, AQMD staff, Mr. Sang, who's going to testify regarding that today. My client has fully cooperated with these efforts. I think you'll hear testimony from Mr. Sang to that effect. He is at the landfill very frequently. I've been there myself. And by the way, if the board members want to do a site visit, we certainly would welcome you if you have an interest in doing that, if that's appropriate, but I'll leave that up to your counsel. We have submitted a status report to the hearing board showing that we are in full compliance with the abatement order. I was counsel for Browning Ferris during the prior abatement order proceedings, and I know it's going to take time for the effects of the current abatement order to be felt, but they will be felt, I'm confident, in due course. It's going to just take time because long-term damage done to the landfill by various county requirements, including the requirement that daily cover be put on the working face and not removed, has caused some chambers to be in the older portions of the landfill, which have trapped landfill gas and leachate, which have interfered with the gas collection system. There was also a county requirement that limited the amount of soil that could be brought on site for repair of intermediate cover, which resulted in my client having to file a lawsuit against the county, which was finally resolved with the county lifting its limit on the import of soil into the site, because we require offsite soil in order to repair the intermediate cover. So we've made a lot of progress in terms of our relationship with the county and the release or the removal of some of the restrictive conditions that had done some damage to the gas collection system in the past. And I believe this abatement order is going to achieve significant benefits in terms of the control of offsite occasional odors, which we recognize the community experiences from time to time. I do not intend to call any witnesses at today's status conference, but we do have the general manager and environmental managers for the site available if the hearing board has any questions. So with that, I'll close and thank you very much.
Thank you. So why don't we go ahead and administer the witness oath if all of the individuals who shall and may provide any testimony, raise your right hand. Do you affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you very kindly. All right. So Mr. Hunter, why don't we go ahead and take you now? And of course, you've done this before, so you know that you'll be subject to cross-examination.
Mr. Chair, before Mr. Hunter begins, when you were marking exhibits, public exhibit 45 was marked as Mr. Hunter's testimony. Do you know if that's been distributed?
Yes. You have it now.
Thank you very much.
No,
We
not
have
a
it now.
problem at
Thank you,
all.
sir.
Okay, Mr. Hunter, floor is yours, sir.
Yeah, I understand I have at least 4 minutes, correct?
Go right
am-
ahead.
Thank you. My name is Wade Hunter. I am the president of North Valley Coalition of Concerned Citizens, Inc., and I have been sworn. I did submit a bound document this morning to the clerk for your review that included, among other things, the most current posted AQMD chart, that's like Exhibit 1, that the last hearing board found most helpful. Please note that the odor complaints have not gone down since the stipulated order of abatement for odors was issued in March 19, 2025. In fact, in April, there were 215, May 129, June 46, and July 101, plus 12 NOVs were issued over that same time period. This level of odors parallels and even exceeds those experienced in 2016 when the last abatement order was issued, and it was another year before those odors were reduced. That order also included a late 9 a.m. opening and a ban on stacking of long-haul trucks and curbside trash pickup trucks before 9 a.m. I have also included in this handout a technical paper on automated landfill gas collection by Loki Controls. That's Exhibit 2, that specifies a site in the U.S. in response to the board's questions at the previous March 19, 2025 hearing, when I was asked, quote, did I know of any sites where this technology had been employed, close quote. And the answer, McComas Bluff Landfill, Dallas, Texas, Oklahoma City Landfill, Oklahoma, Lewis Hills Regional Sanitary Landfill, Melvin, Iowa, plus 5 other landfill gas to high BTO operations, but not identified due to confidential concerns. APA Solutions is another company dealing in this technology. Landfills typically have 1 gas well per acre, but Sunshine Canyon has 3 wells per acre. Why the difference, and why can't they capture all of the gas and stop the odors? The amount of organics previously interred and currently being placed in the landfill is around 70%. Do the math. If they're accepting 2,100,000 tons per year of municipal solid waste, that's 1,470,000 tons of organics yearly. Based on past deposition, it would appear to be at least 82 million tons of MSW are already in place, and the potential for another 25 million tons exists before the 2037 closure date. That would amount to a staggering 57,400,000 tons of organic matter. In the past, we have heard from landfill personnel that only 65% of the gas was being captured. In order to collect gas and not create landfill fires, the amount of air introduced into the landfill has to be manually tuned once or twice a month. Results are best at only about 80 to 85% of the gas being captured, and the rest is outgassed at the surface. The installation of an automated system could maximize the gas collection and allow the monitoring and control of each well to maximize gas collection and prevent fires. However, as I previously submitted the March 19 hearing, BFIC/Republic has it all figured out. They take us all for fools, and in the future, there is hopefully a decrease in the odor similar to the last order for abatement circa 2016. They will return to past bad practices and once again pile up violations and submit to yet another hearing board's conditions cyclically every 5+ years, so that it all becomes, quote, a cost of doing business, close quote, allowing them to accept another 25 million tons of municipal solid waste before closure and to gross billions of dollars in revenue. As the largest landfill in the city and the county of Los Angeles, already bears a disproportionate amount of the city and county waste stream. It has the worst record for odor reports and violations, and that was before the 5 months of the Chiquita Canyon hydrogen sulfide problem. And it was 2.5 times worse than the other 15 landfills combined within the 10,750 square miles that the SQMD administers. The surrounding community deserves relief now, and suggestions for improvement, both previously employed and new approaches, should be taken. And in closing, you need to do more. The stipulated order does not go far enough. That is why, at the very least, there should be a change in the opening hours from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m., a ban on stacking of long-haul trucks and curbside pickup trash trucks before 9 a.m., reduction in daily tonnage to 5,500 or 6,600 tons per day. And yes, the installation of an automated gas collection system. In closing, you must require another date to reasonably access the success or failure of the order. So I'm saying around May 2026, as we believe a 6-month review in February or March will be too soon to determine if the remedial actions taken have covered what is historically the worst months of the year. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, and I want you to know you did go beyond 4 minutes, but it's okay.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I
No,
wasn't.
no, it's all good. All right, any cross-examination from the petitioner or respondent?
I wouldn't call this cross-examination, but if Mr. Hunter would allow a few questions.
Certainly.
I mentioned in my opening the CAC, and you discussed the CAC. I think it would benefit this board if you wouldn't mind taking a few minutes to talk about your role in that, generally how the meetings take place, and what public agencies participate.
Certainly. The SCLCAC, or the Sunshine Canyon Landfill Community Advisory Committee, was formed in 2009. We meet regularly every 2 months. As part of that operation, part of the presentation, the landfill operator, in the form of the manager, attends to represent BFI/Republic. We have the AQMD, a regular attender and presenter. We have county public works, city planning. We also have the school board. Basically, anybody that has any kind of oversight over the operations at Sunshine Canyon Landfill, city or county, regularly attends those meetings. They last from 2 hours, basically 3 o'clock to 5 o'clock. We're very sharp about finishing on time. And they do present presentations. Dr. Eugene Singh here is a presenter also, and will present what he is doing, for instance. And the landfill has gone to making presentations visual, which is really nice to show people what are happening at the landfill. But again, if you sit there, the people in the audience say the same thing. We hear the same thing over and over. We're going to do this, we're going to do that, but the odors don't stop. And again, and sometimes I'm treated as the enemy also. I've had people yell at me and curse me because they think that I am part of the system, part of the, what is not working for them. And so I, on occasion, have been held up by the public. And like I said, everybody expresses their frustration to me at that meeting because they're just looking for help. That's it.
Mr. Hunter, I appreciate that explanation. In addition to the other agencies you mentioned, does the Regional Water Quality Control Board sometimes present at the CAC?
If Regional Water Quality Control Board, if we specify, if we ask them to attend specifically, but not normally. I mean, this is normally the people that are involved in the landfill and its daily operations that have oversight. For instance, where we have the AQMD, where we have county public works, those kind of people, those are the ones that we normally want. But if there was an occasion that required that, we would ask for somebody to make a presentation.
Thank you. And is that similar with public health?
Public health is a regular presenter, at least on the books. Frequently, they don't show up.
Right.
And when they do, they usually end up causing a firestorm because the answers they're giving the public who have been begging for a health study don't happen.
Do you feel comfortable summarizing public health's response to the health study issue?
Basically, they say from the data that they see no need to do a health study, is what they're saying. And we said, we presented you with a document that had that information in, basically from the reports we had, an outside independent contractor have a look at the data that was being captured by the sites that are the city and the county approve of their contractor, and they claim that it's was nothing. They say they don't see any need to do it. I can tell you there was a health study done many years ago by the county. It was only a small sample. The cohort section that they compared us to was over in Simi Valley in the area where they're impacted by the radiation from the operations were going. I think it was Rockwell or whatever.
Mr. Hunter, I appreciate
I'm
your
sorry.
historical knowledge, but we're getting a little
Yeah,
off
no,
from the
but I'm just
question.
gonna say
Thank you.
there was one, but that was the only thing. It was a very small sample. What it came out of that was it was hysterical women, and they didn't find anything. And unfortunately, the people that did it was a husband and wife, and they worked in the for the tobacco industry with the people. That were
Mr.
doing
Hunter, it was specifically if you felt comfortable summarizing public health
Right,
position.
and
You've shared some additional information about prior health studies, and I appreciate that. Just a couple other short questions.
very short questions,
I'm
please.
sorry.
Thank you. This is not Mr. Hunter's first time at the rodeo, and he brings wealth of institutional knowledge. Just very briefly, regarding the CAC meetings that you lead, are members of the public able to ask questions directly to the regulatory agencies?
They are.
Okay. So I just said, not your first time at this rodeo. You participated intensely in the process when an abatement order was brought before this board in 2016?
Yes, I've attended, I think this is probably about my 27th hearing that I've attended, because I've attended all. This is not, 2016 was not the first.
Thank you. That's right. There was an abatement order even prior to that. I only received your comments this morning. Thank you for sharing them into the record. I am observing, we're going to repeat a sentence. This level of odor parallels and even exceeds those experienced in 2016 when the last abatement order was issued, and it was another year before those odors were reduced. Would you agree that the 2016 order did reduce odors eventually?
Yes.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Am I allowed to add, but not only, and then I specify that also included a late 9 a.m. opening and a ban on stacking of long haul trucks and curbside trash pickup trucks till 9 a.m.
Right, in the tonnage. I don't want to cut you off, but that is an accurate statement. This is my last question. You mentioned in your comments that sometimes even you get yelled at and people think you're part of the system. I just want to touch on that lightly. In your experience, which goes beyond a decade now, participating in public processes directed at this landfill, would you agree that the level of public distrust towards government entities is greater than we've seen before?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Hunter, I appreciate you taking the time to answer my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Bruin,
No questions.
members of the hearing board.
Yes, I have
Go ahead, Mr.
questions.
Palakapala.
Mr. Hunter, you had 3 suggestions. One is the late opening. Now, that was tried during 2017. What was the downside of the late opening? And did you see any improvement in the late opening?
Yes, we felt, because if you look at the atmospheric conditions that exist at the landfill, all of the odors, or basically all the odors, are going to be from 6 o'clock to 9 o'clock in the morning, okay, or 6 o'clock, 9 o'clock in the evening. That's because of the way the wind flow. If the trucks are delayed from opening until 9 o'clock, at that point, the wind has started to go around. Now, this was being, I think it was Dr. Mai Lee for the AQMD submitted a study that supported that. finding. And so we found that there was, again, in that succeeding year, 2017, it had all gone down. It took about a year to get the odors down, and I think 2018 was actually a banner year. I think it was like 208 complaints, and that was it. So all of the things that were done under the order, plus those additional things, worked to reduce the odors.
Do you know when they discontinued the early hours?
I'm sorry?
The early hours was discontinued after a period.
Yes, well, again, once the order expired, it was then left up to the operator, and the operator turned around and started bringing the long haul trucks in at 6 o'clock in the morning.
And so the downside, did you hear any downside on delaying it so that you're making it longer in the evening hours where there's more floating too?
Well, only again, the delay in the morning, it was only impacting the morning odors. The landfill was able to take care of the delay in the traffic, et cetera, et cetera. They were able to process their tonnage. There wasn't a problem. It didn't go any later. That didn't change anything for the evening, basically, except for the improvements that were done. Obviously, there was a lot of work done that did help suppress those odors in the evening. So again, I'm just trying to address the fact that there was other things going on. It wasn't just those conditions that were imposed upon them to fix the things. There was also some additional conditions on the outside of that, things that could be done today. There's nothing to stop you from doing those things today, actually, and ordering them, if you wanted to, because that would have a direct impact.
That involved a lot of agencies getting together because there's traffic control and DTSC and all the LEA, the Department of Public Works. It's not just the board saying, okay, delay.
No, it's only the city of Los Angeles, because BFI brings large amounts of the trash to the landfill. The city of Los Angeles brings about 4,000 tons a day, et cetera, et cetera. There was a big to-do about the curbside pickup, for instance, being delayed. Oh, we couldn't. Well, it turns out it was only 12 drivers impacted, and they were able to, if the city of Los Angeles was told you need to do it, they did it. So they delayed their pickups. They arrived at the landfill at 9 o'clock rather than 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock in the morning.
So who ordered the city of LA to do that?
That was made a part of the last order.
The order drove that?
The last abatement order had condition that the long haul trucks be delayed and also the curbside pickup till 9 o'clock in the morning. That was a condition that was ordered by the previous board.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Verdugo-Prouter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Hunter, I want to thank you for being so diligent and in your efforts to try and help not only the AQMD see the light, but also educate your stakeholders that are out in the community. And to that, I wanted to ask you, in reference to those meetings that occur every 2 months or so, what percentage would you say of the stakeholders that do meet there, what's the percentage of the public that attends? Do you know, just offhand?
Generally, we have probably about 25 people is what we generally see.
Okay, and I know that if when you get yelled at for giving them the information that they really don't want to hear, that it's going to take longer than they would really like, but the fact that you are still there and trying to get them that information, I think is commendable. But I also wanted to ask you, you had mentioned earlier that there were a lot of new people that were finally realizing what the situation is in their community.
This was at a Granada Hills North Neighborhood Council, GHNNC, different organization. They
Okay.
meet monthly.
Okay. Of that group that you were mentioning, do you know, and this goes to the value of their property, do you know if there are disclosures in the paperwork when they purchase a home there?
I know, I haven't done it for a long time myself, but I understand that there's supposed to be a disclosure in that they're close to a public nuisance when they purchase.
And obviously they sign off on it because they still purchase the property.
Yeah. Well,
Um,
that's usually on like page 37 when you sign a contract, and most people, the time they get to it, they really don't care and they
Yeah,
just go ahead and
until
do it.
they're experienced.
The council office, Council District 12, often refers people to me because they've heard about the problems at the landfill
Mhm.
and they want to buy in the area, but they're reticent. And so the council district has referred people to me to speak to them. You know, Granada Hills, our area where we live, is a beautiful area. It's a wonderful area to live in.
Mhm.
Our only problem is we have a bad neighbor. That's it.
I was going to
Are there
also
any more
ask you about the health effects report. So you're saying that there has not been a health effects report since 2016. Is that correct?
No, this one was done many years ago, probably you know, 10 or 20 years ago. It precedes the 2016, and it was only a small sample of 100 homes.
Okay, so there has not been a health effects report since then.
No,
Okay, and which agency is declining to do that for you?
that would be County Public Health.
And what was their reason again?
According to them, they didn't see anything in the data that warranted them doing a health study. And we
Okay.
provided data as we got from those monitoring stations. And one of the problems was, and our a person pointed out, a couple of years there were no upwind monitor, so you can't use the data. So they didn't use the data. But where there were 3 monitors in existence, they used the data. But
Okay.
according to County Public Health, there was something wrong with the information we gave them because it didn't, when they said, hey, we explained why that data wasn't used.
Is that data, does it also include information from South Coast AQMD?
Not the AQMD. That's totally independent. And matter of fact, Browning Ferris Industries could address the contractors that are doing the study.
So there
That
is
is
a
operating
complex?
now 3 sites again. We
Is-
insisted they get the 3rd site because you can't use just 2 sites. And actually, the 3rd site was upwind, which actually was helpful to the landfill. And again, I'm not, I'm trying to get good data too. And I didn't believe we were getting good data from 2 sites. So we needed the 3 sites to make it right.
Okay.
Even if it would help the landfill, because we don't know what the upwind contribution might have been. It's coming out of Santa Clarita.
Okay, do you know if County Public Health Works does have either inspectors that go out or representatives that go out to the site?
I don't believe County Public Health has a regular person going out to the site.
So they're just going by the reports that they receive?
Basically, yes, they're reacting to public comments. As a matter of fact, the SCLCAC had sent a letter to County Public Health requesting a health study.
Excuse me, Ms. Verdugo-Peralta, just so we're clear, how would the gentleman know? How would he know what county?
Well, since
Health is
he's
doing?
involved in so much and is an integral part of
Yeah,
the
I just
meetings
think
that go
we ought to be
on.
very
I want
careful because this is his subjective opinion.
right, I
We
understand
have no
that.
evidentiary trail to suggest what the county is doing and what they're not doing, et cetera, et cetera. Let's just be very careful. Let's ask him questions based upon his sphere of influence and that which he can actually posit, which is
Well,
actually.
that's what I was trying to do, to see if he knew of any inspectors or any personnel from county public health. Has he ever seen or heard of any of them going out there? If they're going to shut down a health effects report, if they don't want to do it, do they have the knowledge, all the technical data to be able to say that? To be
Just
able
my
to
concern,
explain?
if you will, if we can continue with the colloquy, he can't answer if the county is shutting down or refusing to do the health report. That is his subjective opinion. While I respect him immensely for his professional acumen, he cannot answer on behalf of the county. And I would not want anyone watching to believe that the gentleman is such a subject matter expert to where he can then posit a position for Los Angeles County that they're shutting down a report based upon factors for which he cannot provide any evidentiary trail.
I understand that.
That's
What I
not
was
quite
asking
correct.
him.
Hold on one second, sir. Hold on one second. So do we have any more questions for the gentleman?
No, because I just wanted to know what he had experienced and seen, whether those agencies had done anything or not. The health effects report, I think, is extremely important, and if none has been done for such a long time, we also need to tell them that they need to do something like that if we're not doing our own. So I was asking him for his observation, if he knew of any inspectors or representatives from the public health had gone out. That's what I was asking him. I wasn't asking him to speak on their behalf.
Okay. The SCLCAC wrote a letter to County Public Health asking for a health study. It was denied. They sent a representative to our meeting and they said, no, that I can provide written evidence to support that. As to whether or not they go out to the landfill, I couldn't tell you whether they send an inspector out there or not. All I know is they tell you, oh, well, if you got a problem, call us. And people call and they go, hey, we can't even get through to, nobody answering the phone kind of thing. So that's all I can really tell you about it. I do know we submitted, the SCLCAC also submitted a study that was done, okay, professionally, and submitted to County Public Health, and they did nothing. And the only feedback that we got was they didn't think that the data that we submitted was correct. Again, because again, certain years were eliminated, and as explained to you, it says right in the document that was submitted, there were only 2 sites, and there should have been 3, and you can't analyze that data because the upwind data was not available.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hunter.
So
All right, thank you. Any additional questions of the gentleman? Thank you, sir. Thank you for your testimony.
thank you very much. Appreciate it. I'm sorry, I'm getting a little old, and I wasn't prepared to necessarily answer all these questions. And, if you give me time, I can present you anything you want, but I have to go look it up because the mind doesn't work as fast as it used to. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Manwaring, your witnesses?
The district would like to call Mr. Larry Israel. Mr. Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
Just for planning purposes and to keep everyone informed, the district would anticipate Mr. Israel's testimony to be relatively brief, less than 15 minutes, and we would anticipate Mr. Sang's testimony to cover almost an hour. Right.
Yes, ma'am. Proceed.
Good morning, Mr. Israel. Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Lawrence Israel, Laurance, Israel, Israel.
Are you known to your coworkers and members of this community as Larry?
Yes,
Did you take the oath today when it was administered?
yes.
What is your position at the district and how long have you been employed by the district?
I've been employed by the district for just over 38 years and for approximately the last 3 years as a supervising air quality inspector in the toxics and waste management team of Office of Compliance and Enforcement.
Do you personally inspect Sunshine Canyon landfill on occasion?
Yes,
Do you manage district staff members who also inspect the landfill?
yes,
And do you manage and, excuse me, do you supervise the district compliance officers that respond to odor complaints?
yes.
You heard in my opening and some questions in Mr. Hunter discussion of the 2016 order for abatement. Are you familiar with the abatement order that issued against Sunshine Canyon landfill in 2016?
Yes, I am.
Did you participate in those hearings?
Yes, I did.
After that OA was implemented, did conditions at the landfill and as experienced by the community improve as indicated by a reduction in the number of odor complaints received by the district?
Yes,
Was that improvement immediate or did it take some time?
it took some time.
Do you have reason for optimism that if given time, the current mitigation measures will likely also bring about improved conditions?
Yes,
There's been some discussion, both in the prior hearing and in my opening, that the current mitigation measures seek to build on the successes of 2016 and also include new measures. Did you hear that?
yes.
Okay. Could you share with us any of your own observations about what you think is new or different this time around?
Well, for one thing, there's a lot of the new microbiology-based technology that's being done with the intermediate cover, with the working face refuse. And so that's brand new. That's building on something that was not previously done before. Another thing that we've observed that we hadn't observed before is the installation of boots around the base of the wells at the casings.
We mean vertical wells here, right?
Correct, vertical gas wells. In recent past, we'd gone out and done surface emission monitoring. And the locations that I just mentioned, the base of the vertical extraction wells act as a conduit for landfill gas emissions to the surface. So now we're seeing boots installed on the newer wells. And it's hoped that that will remedy that problem. And that also contributes to odors too. But those are specific things. I mean, there's upgrades to the gas collection system, installation of more vertical extraction wells. So there's continuous improvements building upon what was previously done.
Did you have an opportunity to observe a technology referred to as trellis?
Yes.
Okay, could you briefly describe what you saw and your understanding of how that will improve conditions at the landfill?
Well, it's a technology involving lasers, and they have a laser set up at one location. I mean, I've just seen it for the first time just last week. And
Yeah, and I'm sorry, we don't expect you to be an expert. I just want you to share with this board what you saw that is new.
okay, so basically they're focusing on problem grids where there's known high surface emissions, and there's a number of those, and they're testing two particular areas, one towards the southwest portion, and then one on the opposite side towards the north, two areas that have multiple problem grids of surface emissions. And so the technology is supposed to be able in real time pick up and record methane emissions, specifically methane gas emissions. So this is done 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, rather than just having staff go out on a monthly basis and monitor these individual grids for surface emissions. Now something is being done in real time where they can get data right away and see problem areas and where emissions are occurring rather than having to rely on an individual with a instrument going out and monitoring at any particular time.
And if deployed properly by the operator, would this real-time data enable the operator to deploy immediate remediation to a hotspot observed using the LiDAR technology?
Well, I think definitely so. I think it would give them a much more opportunity to focus on a specific grid immediately rather than waiting to get to that grid during the course of their monthly surface monitoring.
Right. I don't want to belabor this question because we'll hear detailed testimony from the next witness. But so far, you've talked about the microbiology, the boots on vertical wells to prevent emissions. You've talked about the technology. Is there anything else that you can think of right now that is new that you haven't seen before?
Well, also, I think some of the well casings are larger and they're using a much larger well casing to draw up the landfill gas. And so they've been using a term of pancake or waffle cover. It's something that we had not seen before. And it's hoped that that will also help mitigate uncontrolled emissions from these gas wells.
Is it your understanding that the pancake or waffle wells increase permeability and are intended to improve gas collection efficiency?
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole gist of it is improving the gas collection efficiency so that more gas is collected and processed. In this case, they're either through the power plant or flared, and less emissions that are definitely impacting the community at all times.
Did you observe the installation or the excavation for a waffle well when you were on site last month?
Yes.
We've already talked about the Sunshine Canyon Landfill Community Advisory Committee a bit, so I want to be brief here. You heard Mr. Hunter share that the AQMD is a regular presenter. Are you in fact the district staff member that does those presentations?
Yes, I am. Oh, I might add, there were a couple agencies also that were not mentioned, namely the LA City LEA, Local Enforcement Agency, and the LA County Enforcement Agency. So there's a lot of agencies that are involved in these CAC meetings. And those agencies, some of which are on the landfill every day.
Now I'd like to turn to data to report to this board. On the March 19th hearing, one of your colleagues reported complaints received and NOVs issued from the prior years. So for brevity, would you please share with us, since the March 19th hearing, update this board on both complaints received and NOVs issued? If you have a total, let's do a total first. If not, let's go month by month.
Right, so the total for 2025 is approximately 1,450 complaints. And since the March 19th hearing, we've received approximately 826 odor complaints. And rounding out the month of March, we had issued 4 nuisance violations. I believe there were 5 at the time. So we had a total of approximately 9. And then since that time, we've issued a total of 23 nuisance violations. So from March 19th up to the present, there's been 23 additional nuisance violations. So we're at approximately 43 for calendar year 2025.
In my opening comments, you may have heard me describe some factors that are likely contributing to the increase in odors experienced. Can you describe for this board some of the factors that the district thinks are contributing to the situation getting worse before it gets better? Specifically, since this board issued their order in March.
Okay, well, we haven't had a lot of rain since the last hearing, unlike previous years. I think they're about 12.25 inches this past rainy season as compared to almost 30 the previous and 55 before that. So the rain hasn't been a factor. We're seeing conditions up there, a lot more unfavorable wind conditions during the summer months. Typically, we hadn't seen that before. There's been a lull in the number of odor complaints for the months of particularly June, July into August. So May, June, July, previous years, it's been fairly lower number odor complaints. We're seeing a lot more wind patterns that are unfavorable, winds from the north to the south, relatively low wind speeds, but that is a factor that we don't typically see. And then also, we're aware that there's a lot of loads coming in from transfer stations that are quite odoriferous. So there's that issue as well. Because of the construction activities, and there's a lot of construction activities, there's a lot going on, and the landfill is making admirable attempts to mitigate as much as they can in a short period of time. That being said, there was a significant lull in the construction, meaning the installation of gas wells, for about 5 weeks after a fatal drilling rig accident occurred on June 25th. So there was a number of at least a month where there was no longer any drilling activity. So things kind of got behind schedule on that. And now what we're seeing is that the landfill does have 3 operating drilling rigs at any given time, and they're installing up to 5 wells or more a day. So they're playing catch up right now, but before that, we didn't have that. And so there's a number of problem grids that are trying to be addressed where there is surface emissions, and the upgrades are trying to be met, but things had slowed down for a while because of that. So we had the winds, we had the construction activities, we had odoriferous loads from transfer stations. And I mean, those are kind of the main things.
Mr. Israel, let me follow up on the odoriferous loads from transfer stations. Are you able to determine and inform this board if the problematic loads are coming from transfer stations that are owned and operated by Republic or not owned and operated by Republic, or are you unable to differentiate?
Well, our staff visited all of the Republic-owned transfer stations where this microbiology inoculant is being introduced. And so I just want to make it clear that the facilities that we visited, we inspected the loads. We weren't really getting a lot of odors from that due to the implementation of what was required in the order for abatement. However, I cannot speak for the non-Republic owned or operated transfer stations at this time, and we have not visited those of recent.
All right, thank you. You just described 4 factors that the district believes could have impacted the effectiveness of the order since it was issued in March. Unfavorable wind patterns, particularly odoriferous loads, construction activities, and a delay in drill willing resulting from the fatality. Let's talk a little bit about wet weather. Is it the district's position that extreme wet weather events and resulting erosion have contributed significantly to the odors being experienced by the communities?
Yes, to some degree, that is correct.
All right. All right, you just testified that you and your team were able to inspect all the transfer stations that are subject to this order and and that are owned and controlled by Republic. That was to determine compliance with the OA,
Yes,
and were they complying with the conditions that
yes,
apply to the transfer stations?
yes. For all the transfer station, there were 6 of them that we visited. Our staff did not observe any issues.
All right. And you also personally have been on site and inspected the landfill since the order issued in March, correct?
Correct.
Do you have the dates of those visits, or can you estimate how many visits?
Oh, probably at least between 5 and 10 times, most recently last Wednesday, the 27th.
All right. And weren't you also there the week before on the 21st
Correct.
with me?
Yes.
All right. My last question for Mr. Israel today is it the district's position that Respondent is complying with the operative abatement order?
Yes. I would say that they are complying with the order for abatement conditions.
All right. Thank you. I have no further questions for the district's witness.
Thank you. On cross,
I have no questions. Thank you.
members of the hearing board, any questions of Mr. Israel? Mr. Palakaplan.
Morning, Mr. Suri.
Morning.
Can you give the preliminary numbers at least for the last month's, complaints?
Okay, so we'll start with March of 2025. So
And I have the table here, so is that what you're looking at? Or is it somewhat different, maybe?
yeah, I'm looking at that table.
That table, okay.
Okay, so there were 304 complaints in March of 2025 with 9 total nuisance violations issued. There were 215 complaints in April and 6 nuisance violations issued. 129 complaints in May with 4 nuisance violations. And looking at June, there were approximately 48 complaints. No nuisance violations were issued this year in June. There were approximately 101 complaints in July with 4 nuisance violations issued. And as recent as August, there were 183 complaints and 4 nuisance violations. And up to today, we're approximately 14, as of this morning, complaints in September with 1 nuisance violation issued.
Okay, thank you. So there was an uptake in August. And what do you attribute that to?
Well, again, part of August, there was no construction activities. And that's when the weather started to really pick up nice and hot. So there were a lot of odoriferous loads coming in from the transfer stations. And so
Address the odoriferous load. I know Ms. Memmering asked, and there are 6 transfer station operated by Republic. How many other transfer stations are there that bring loads to the landfill? Do you know?
I cannot answer how many. I don't know
Are
the
they
answer.
regulated by AQMD rule?
They are regulated by AQMD rules. There are rules that apply to all transfer stations. Yeah.
To minimize but they're not required like the mitigation that Republic is doing to add the microbes and so forth.
Correct.
Now you think, and I don't think this board can order that since the facility is not here, but you think that will, since you have identified odoriferous load as a problem, can that be addressed in some way? Can the Republic, and I'll ask Republic the question, and you probably can answer, should that be addressed somehow then? If we know the source already, you seem to have identified a potential source. So what should we do as the board to address that? Or what do you recommend should be done to address that?
Well, let me just say that how we know that these loads are odoriferous and that they're contributing is because our inspectors are going out. The majority of odor complaints, I just want to clarify, build up to why we think it's coming from transfer stations, is in the morning hours when most of the transfer station traffic comes in, especially in the early morning hours. That is when the majority of the odor complaints that have resulted in nuisance violations have occurred. And our inspectors are detecting in the community and tracing it back to the landfill working phase, fresh trash or decomposing trash odors. So that's where I can say with confidence that it is a very big contributing factor. Now, again, having visited the Republic-owned transfer stations, which are applying neutralizer and other odor mitigating measures, we weren't detecting serious odor issues at those facilities. I can't speak for all the others. We have inspected them, but a lot of them may not be sending their refuse to Sunshine. So I don't know if I can answer
Yeah, I
your
mean,
question exactly.
no, I
if
think
that's,
you did make an attempt to clear, but you cannot say for certain that the
Right.
inspectors, when they saw the odor first load, that it came from either their own transfer station or from some other transfer station, because unless you look in the log,
right.
and did they do that to see which load, where did it come from and which station?
No, we have not been looking at each log.
Because I
Dave-
see you have identified a potential source, if we can
Right.
address the source, that could be mitigate some of the issues, early morning crash orders. So,
Right.
okay, all right, thank you for that. The other question I had is, and this is regarding actually the existing order. And the concern I had was somehow the district was let off in being notified in any of those actions in the order. How are you being kept up to date on the order, and how can you say they've complied with all the orders?
Okay.
The order, condition, the order.
Okay, so first of all, let me just say that we have a very, very close relationship with the LEA and the consultant, Mr. Sang, who is keeping us apprised of almost on a daily basis of what's being done. He's got sort of like a report that's provided and updated fairly often that we're able to review and see what measures are being taken in a timely manner. And we communicate almost, well, certainly weekly. And then we try to arrange inspections for our staff, but our staff is up there all the time responding to odor complaints. So we interact quite a bit, both with the LEA and with Mr. Sang, the witness consultant.
So, for instance, like they've been tasked, one of the orders to identify the grids with the high surface emission. Have they identified those and submitted and let you know these are the following grids? And what
Yes.
they're doing, they have done, and
Yeah.
they do update you regularly.
Yeah, I mean, those grids are available anyway in their quarterly reports. So it's very transparent. We know where those problem grids are, whether it be each quarter or each month. And so, and I think Mr. Sang will testify that how he's reviewing that almost on a weekly basis.
And
So-
what about the spills and so forth? You get reports on those spills and where they occur and all that?
Yeah, so when there are spills or there are seeps, they're doing patrols. The LEA is doing their own, and landfill staff are doing their own. So there's a lot of inspection work being done, looking for those in some of these specific areas, and they seem to be addressed. And there are times that they could be addressed more timely, and those are things that we're going to work with them on. But for the most part, though, they're being inspected daily.
My question is more, are they giving you reports on those?
Well, that's part of our communications with the LEA and with the expert consultant, Dr. Sang. In a formal report, it's not like I'm getting a weekly report of any seeps. I mean, usually they'll notify us or we'll check the records when we go on do the inspections.
Where I'm leading with this questions is, should AQMD inspectors also be included in the order to say also notify in some of this, besides the LEA, also somebody such as yourself be notified of all the ongoing activities of all the different control measures of, in the order?
Well, they're keeping us appraised and through our communications and
Obligated to do it. I think they're doing it, right?
well, whether they're obligated or not, everybody wants to solve this problem.
Right.
And so there's as much transparency as can be. And so I know that our staff is being appraised of all these issues on a weekly basis.
Okay. All right. That's all I had. Thank you.
May I do a brief follow-up on this line of questioning?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Israel, you previously testified we were at the landfill together on August 21st. Is that correct?
That's correct.
At that time, do you remember Weaver Consultants providing a written product that tracks all the abatement order conditions?
Yes,
Going to hand your document. Is this generally what the document looks like?
yes.
Okay. I do not have copies, and it was not my intention to provide this for the record. This is not the district's document, but it goes directly to your questions.
Well,
There is a
excuse me,
regular
I guess
tracking
I'm
list.
just confused. We have a document that's not being admitted as evidence. But then why would we show the document?
It's directly addressing Member Bullock-Plon's question. Is there a report? Is there tracking? Is the district being kept in the loop? And I was just using the document used to track the abatement order conditions and made available to the district and discussed with district legal and district compliance at the facility exists.
Is it a work product?
This is, I'd prefer counsel for the facility answer that question. Actually, no, it is not a work product.
Then
A
let's-
copy was given to the
Let's
district.
submit it as an exhibit, because I believe if you're going to reference it, we all would like to see it at some point.
I have no problem submitting it. I don't have copies, and what I just showed him is not the most current version.
Mr.
I
Bruin?
just had a copy on me, and I thought it would be useful for the member to see.
Mr. Bruin, can you?
It's not a confidential document. It's a tracking document. It's a spreadsheet. I have no objection if staff wants to make an exhibit of the most recent spreadsheet or any other spreadsheet for that matter.
Absolutely.
And-
All right, Ms. Verdugo Peralta.
Yes, sir. Thank you. My question to Mr. Israel is, do you also, as an inspector, when you go out there, do you interface with the public as well?
Yes,
Okay, and I'm assuming that they ask you questions about what is being done and how long is it going to take, et cetera, et cetera?
yes. Not only on a daily basis when our inspectors are interacting with the public in verifying complaints, but the CAC meetings also serve as to do that as well. And they ask questions of myself fairly routinely at each of these meetings and other agencies too. So there's a lot of transparency in what we're observing and what we're reporting to the community. And it has always been that way.
I understand that, Mr. Israel. What is their demeanor at this point when they are, or hearing that they are becoming very impatient or have already been, and are upset with the agencies that are not, they don't think are complying quickly enough? Do you hear that from them as well?
Yes, I mean, that has been for years. And except really for a couple of years from the last order for abatement when things were really on the right track. We weren't getting much feedback from the community at all. The odor complaints were significantly down. But of recent, people are frustrated. The community is frustrated with the process. It does take time. We've all acknowledged that. We saw the time that it took in the previous order for abatement. We've been into this one now about 6 months, and it's right now we're getting towards the fall months. As we get into the fall, generally in the past, we've seen a significant increase in odor complaints. It's kind of hard to tell where it will be by the end of the year. Unfortunately, we've had a couple months this summer where we are seeing an uptick in odor complaints. But again, as I explained, there's a lot going on. There's a lot of activity. There's a lot of focus in mitigating these issues, more so than last year, the year before, which is very positive. But I think the public's just very, very much telling us that they're being exposed to odors 24 hours a day. I will say that this past 6 months since we last met, we've probably responded a dozen times after hours to landfill gas odor complaints in the community, just to affirm that and verify that, in fact, it's not just morning trash hours odors, it is also landfill gas odors. And speaking with the community directly, and I do quite often, a lot of people are complaining even after midnight that their odors are continuing, that they have to close their windows, they can't enjoy the fresh air. That's been a problem for a long time.
Mhm.
So there's a lot of frustration with that.
Thank you, Mr. Israel.
Thank you, Mr. Pearman.
Hello, some questions. There's an echo. Let me just move so I can speak through. Okay, so Mr. Hunter had raised some points that he thought should be addressed by us. And I want to get your opinions of those points to see what you thought about them, sir. So the first one, a change in the opening hours from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. Is what he suggested. Could you tell us what you think are the pros and cons of that potential order? I assume that's not in the current order conditions.
Mr. Pearman, can you repeat that because there was an issue with your volume? Repeat your question, please, Mr. Pearman.
Did you hear me?
No, not the initial part of the
No?
question. You can repeat the question.
So we can hear you now, but if,
I don't hear anything now.
all right.
Mr. Pearman, you can repeat your question, please.
Can you hear us?
Yes, well, no, we can hear you, but if you can repeat the question. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah, great. Thank. So again, one of Mr. Hunter's suggestions was changing the opening hours from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. Sir, what would be the pros and cons of that change, assuming it's not already in the order?
Well, we've done that. We've done that before. That was done in 2016, 17, 18. So that was something that was implemented, but that was during the course of odor complaints were down, not just for that reason, but for a lot of other reasons too. A lot of upgrades were made construction wise, especially with the improvements that were made to the gas collection system. I think that where Mr. Wade is coming from, we can look at that the majority of odor complaints that we're responding to, because we're in the community every day, is in the early morning hours, typically between, I have an inspector in the area between starting at 7 a.m. And children are in school. And so now, after the summer break, so school kids start arriving at 7:30 before 8 o'clock. And so in the past, there were a lot of odors at that time in the morning. So if there's no landfill traffic, I can see how Mr. Wade could, focus on, okay, there's no trash coming in, so there's no potential for the odors from that to get into the community, but also the odors are being generated from the landfill gas surface emissions, which are percolating up through the trash at other areas too. So that could be a contributing factor that curtailing the opening or operating hours would not be able to mitigate. There would be issues with traffic. There would be issues with the transfer stations because if the hours were curtailed, that will create more of a backlog. And there's a potential that the waste would sit longer at the transfer stations, resulting in delays and potentially more odoriferous loads. So there's all sorts of factors. I can't say that, yeah, that was the one thing that totally eliminated the odors impacting the community, especially in the last OA. I don't know if that answers it completely, but.
So did the negative factors you mentioned, transfer stations, traffic, was that a reason that this pattern was stopped after 2018 or whatever?
Well, I think the reason it was stopped is because the order had expired. And there was no directive to do that any further.
Okay, fair enough. A ban on stacking of long haul trucks and curbside pickup trash trucks before 9 a.m. I guess at a similar point, but you might address that briefly, the pros and cons, sir.
Well, you know, now with the microbiology and all of the new measures with this OA, it's supposed to start reacting and being applied at the transfer stations to work on the trash and hopefully mitigate the odors before it gets dumped. So with time, hopefully we'll see some relief there. But at this point, you know, stacking, you know, whatever, there were a lot of issues with that from the last order for abatement. And staging of the trucks outside the community just brought odors from those vehicles or that traffic to other areas too. So I don't know if I can answer it as completely as I've done.
But again, if the microbiology works, that would help mitigate the problem that this would suggest in terms of the early hours effect of that suggestion, you hope.
It is hoped, yes. It'll just take time. It's, you know, it's going to take some time. And, you know, I know the community is out of patience. There's just no more patience with, this has been going on for so long. So we totally understand that.
He says a reduction in daily MSW tonnage to 5,500 or 6,600 tons per day. What is the current tonnage now, if you know?
It's approximately between 9,000 and 10,000 tons per day.
So a layman would think that would certainly reduce orders. I suppose there's a business impact on BFI who did that, but is that at least a simplistic, logical solution? If you reduce the tonnage by, it sounds like 1/3, you would have less odors?
Well, I can't say for sure because there's so many different grids in the landfill that are problematic, that are emitting landfill gas that we're trying to mitigate right now. So I think if we focus on eliminating that, and then with the microbiology on the working phase waste odors, all of that come into play, I think that we'll see a reduction in odor complaints. But it's still a work in progress. It's still going to take time.
Okay, but you're saying that those improvements aside, the mere reduction in tonnage is too simplistic of you to think that would improve the air quality and the affected odors on the community?
Well, I don't want to, I don't want to say that that's going to do it, you know, cut it in half. I just really, I don't know if I'm comfortable saying, yes, that's definitely going to be an immediate effect. I think there's other factors in play here.
Understood. Last point he makes, the installation of an automated gas collection system. Could you comment on that?
Automated gas collection system. Any different than what they have right now? I don't know if I understand.
Okay. And then this idea about the, at least in times of, let's say, heightened adverse landfill conditions with respect to odors, and the idea that diverting deliveries from the more odoriferous transfer stations, again, a layman viewing it logically would think that would be an improvement in the situation. It sounds like, well, first, is that an accurate statement that presumably would help reduce the odors at least certain periods of time if you didn't have as much thing imported from the more odoriferous transfer stations?
Well, certainly, I think, yeah, the landfill should be monitoring these loads as they come in. Maybe they need to do a more effective job. But if they're getting if anybody's getting a lot of odoriferous loads in, if you start to cut back on that, at least for the immediate future, it would likely have an impact on the odors in the community, at least what they're experiencing in the early morning hours.
Is it your understanding that the landfill in Browning Ferris have the capability to do that, to modify what they import when they show a certain source or certain transfer stations, particularly odoriferous, at least during the times of heightened adverse conditions?
I don't know if I can answer that. I don't know if I'm qualified to answer that question.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. Balakapalan?
Just a follow-up, Mr. Israel. Do you know if there are ongoing air monitoring sites at the landfill?
Yeah, they have ambient air monitoring sites on site.
And what are they measuring? Do you know? Or
That's
not? Okay.
yeah, I'm not an expert on what they're monitoring, and at
You
least
agree with what Ms. Manwaring said, that there's going to be a new contract issued with Sonoma Technology to do some more air monitoring. Is that something you've been involved with, or?
no, I have not. You'll probably have a witness that can probably
Uh,
explain that more.
And the NOV reports and NOV, do you have it broken down by the type, in the report, it tells you the time and the type of odors. Do you have a chart that breaks it, the time of day and the type of odors?
Yeah, there's like a template that we've developed for use in our notice of violation reports. So it does break down the times, wind data that we obtain in the field. So from our wind measurements at the locations where the complaints are received, and then there's a description of the individual odors and intensity that the inspector is verifying with the complainants. So it's pretty universal. We've been doing that for a long, long time.
And I'm not talking just when the inspectors are there, but the data is there available based on all the complaints for the time of day and the type of orders, correct?
That's correct.
And that can be produced.
We have those reports.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so I propose we take a break. We come back at 11:30. We then put our 1 hour long witness on the stand. I see you over there, he's shaking his head. 1 hour. We're gonna put him on the stand from 11:30 to 12:30. We'll take a break at 12:30, come back at 1. You good with that? 30 minutes? We'll come back at 1. We'll wrap it up, land this plane, let's say 2:15. Is that fair? Is that doable?
It sounds reasonable. Would you mind repeating it?
Okay.
10-minute
so
break now?
We're gonna take a break. We're gonna come back at 11:30. Okay, then we'll 11:30 to 12:30. We have our 1 hour long witness. Lunch at 12:30. Back at 1. We'll do cross, direct, redirect at all. And then we're able to land the plane by 2:15 or so.
Mr. Chair, I'm probably not going to have much cross, if any, of Mr. Singh, just so you know.
All right, very well, very well. All right, so why don't we go ahead, we're off the record for 10 minutes, come back at 11:30. On the record? It's 11:39 and we're back on the record. Ms. Manwaring, the floor is yours.
All right, well, the topic is fresh from the prior questioning. I'm going to ask some rapid fire questions here. But first, let's introduce the witness. Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Eugene Tseng, Eugene, last name Tseng.
I refer to you as Mr. Some people call you Professor. Do you have a preference?
No,
All right. Did you take the oath when it was administered this morning?
yes, I did.
All right. Were you listening to the testimony before today's break?
Yes,
Okay. You heard some board members asking the district's witness about whether or not a reduction in tonnage is an appropriate strategy to pursue here as part of this abatement order. Is reducing the tonnage accepted contrary to one of your strategies implemented through this order?
could you ask that question again?
Would reducing the tonnage received at the landfill impact the strategy of filling up against the slopes as quickly as possible?
Reducing the tonnage would actually impact the abatement order, because part of the abatement order is actually one of the strategies is to fill in as much trash as possible against the sloped areas of the landfill that's actually emitting a lot of the gas. So I'm not recommending, and I have lots of discussion slides on why you don't want to reduce the tonnage. I apologize for asking the questions primarily because like I tell people, English is my third language, so I'm translating.
Sir, you need not apologize. You're doing a phenomenal job and you've answered the $1,000 question. So go right ahead. The
Okay.
floor is yours.
Okay. Is there a slide in the presentation that plots tonnage against complaints?
Yes, there is.
Is there any relationship based on the data you've analyzed between odor complaints and tonnage received at the landfill?
That's common sense that there may be a relationship, but the odor complaints really, the primary factor is how you operate the landfill. And we have lots of slides if you want it on the tonnage has literally almost no impact on the number of odor complaints. It's more on how the landfill's operated and what's going into the landfill.
All right, thank you so much for letting me go a little bit off course there. I thought it might be appropriate while the information was fresh. I'm going to skip a few questions here because I don't think putting your CV in record is necessary at this point. But I would like to ask, are you an expert retained by the district?
No, I'm not.
All right. How would you describe the effort between the AQMD and the Sunshine Canyon Landfill LEA?
The Sunshine Canyon Landfill Local Enforcement Agency, I'm just going to say the LEA, has a very, very close relationship with AQMD. And my role here is really acting on behalf of the AQMD and on behalf of the local enforcement agency.
Are you compensated for your time? And if yes, by who?
Yes, I'm actually under a contract with the City of Los Angeles Local Enforcement Agency, and the City of Los Angeles Local Enforcement Agency and the County of Los Angeles Local Enforcement Agency are the two parties to the Sunshine Canyon Landfill Local Enforcement Agency, which is a separate entity in and of itself.
All right. Prior to this case, have you participated in abatement hearings before this hearing board?
Yes, I have.
Were you the primary author of the conditions imposed in the 2016 abatement order?
Yes, I was.
All right. Do you consider that effort, the 2016 abatement order, a success? And if yes, why?
Yes, I consider that a success, and we can go through the number of odor complaints, but many of the mitigation measures that was actually ordered in the previous abatement order has now been incorporated into the international reference documents of how to operate a landfill, and it's literally the case study documents. So a lot of those studies are actually now being incorporated into the engineering curriculum in many schools. So that's a good sign.
All right. And as a primary contributor to this current order, would you agree that the collaborative effort between AQMD and the LEA is seeking to identify and implement the best combination of cumulative and complementary measures to achieve maximum improvement at the conditions in the landfill?
Yes, and to clarify that a little bit, back in 2016, we've always determined that there's no silver bullet. We have to determine the actual cause of the odors, and that the best way to approach solving the problem is really a very comprehensive, holistic systems engineering approach. So we look for the best combination of practices. So you have a cumulative effect, and all those practices are complementary to each other. So this is why we say it's cumulative and complementary, and designed to work on the long term if maintained.
All right. What do you hope to present today? Could you give
Um,
us an overview?
Okay. Well, basically to go over the odor complaints and some of the causes, and then really could go through in detail on how the abatement order is being carried out and how is the oversight that's done by the local enforcement agency in collaboration with the AQMD, and then take a look at some of the details for a lot of the new mitigation measures, and look at some of the newer data management and the monitoring systems that we're using to track or evaluate the progress of the mitigation measures.
All right, we're going to take quite a few minutes to talk about this slide, but I want to assure the board that we won't be belaboring each slide to this degree. So let's dig into this image. Focusing first on the purple box on the far left, please describe the significance of the CalRecycle permit issuing.
Prior to 2008, the landfill, Sunshine Canyon landfill, was actually two separate landfills. One part in the county of Los Angeles and one part in the city of Los Angeles. It had two different enforcement agencies under two political jurisdictions under two sets of rules. So in 2008, there was a permit issued that literally combined the operations of the two separate landfills into one. And that was also achieved because there was a joint powers authority that was agreed to between the city of Los Angeles and the county of Los Angeles.
Okay, so the permit issued in 2008, the merger in 2009. Did you have any role in 2008 when the permit issued?
I worked on the permit, and as I actually helped write the operational manual for the Sunshine Canyon Landfill Local Enforcement Agency.
All right, moving to the right and focusing on that red star and the text in the yellow box. Could you briefly remind this board what we mean when we say legacy damage?
Okay, you'll see that big red star around 2010. After the landfills were merged, the odor complaints started going up. And in 2010, another regulatory agency actually mandated a non-industry standard practice, which is putting in 9 inches of compacted soil and then leaving it in place and not peeling it back. The reason I say it's a non-industry standard is you can put the federal requirements and the state requirements as you put 6 inches of dirt as a statutory prescriptive practice. But at the next day, when you want to put more trash on, you literally will peel that soil away. And then that promotes what we call trash to trash contact. So the landfill gas can flow, and the leachate will actually drain down to the bottom as required by both state and federal law. But by leaving it in place and literally increasing the thickness by 50%, but in real practice, a 9-inch compacted soil cover ranges from 11 to 16 inches. So it's quite a bit of material that creates an impermeable layer in the landfill. So that's what's referred to as legacy damage.
So the process went from a trash to trash contact to essentially creating impermeable honeycombs.
Yes.
Okay. That started in 2010.
Mhm.
Do you know what year that practice ended?
Well, it took 5 years to basically develop the technical proof and the legal background to say that's actually harming the landfill gas collection system and actually causing more odors to be produced. So you'll see an increase from 2010 to 2015.
So just to be clear, the practice does not continue, but is it your opinion that the landfill remains impacted by the prior practice?
Absolutely, and this has been well documented, and it's actually in international reference documents. So in those 5 years, we probably have more than 10, I would say more than 10 million tons, and it actually covered of the active disposal area, covered about 85% of the entire working surface of the landfill. And now it's basically covered over, but we have to deal with what we could now call the legacy damage because we can't remove that trash. It's there. And whatever additional issues it's causing, we just have to live with it.
Can you estimate how much of the landfill was impacted by the 9-inch practice?
Well, we still see the damage from that today when dealing with it. But at that time, like I said, it was literally 85% of the surface volume of the landfill.
All right, returning to the image and looking around the year 2015, it appears there is a decrease in complaints following that peak. The OA that I've referenced today went into effect in 2016. Can you explain why the numbers started to come down before the 2016 abatement order?
Yes, there was actually kind of universal acceptance by industry and by regulatory agencies. By 2015, that the legacy damage or that practice of leaving the compacted soil in place was detrimental to basically it just creates more odors. And in 2015, basically the landfill petitioned and was approved to let the landfill not do that practice of the non-industry practice. So an alternative daily cover was actually then implemented in 2015. And that alternative daily cover in 2015 was not to use soil, but to actually use a very thin piece of plastic called Enviro cover and leave it in place to as an alternative daily cover, and then went through a number of evaluations before that was allowed.
All right, shifting to the right a little bit, there is a considerable decline in odor complaints. Looks to me starting in 2017 from 1,028 to just 208. It appears there's a slight delay between when the 2016 abatement order was issued and when we saw these significant improvements. Can you help us understand that?
Yes. Well, prior to, even to the abatement order in 2016, kind of the landfill and the regulatory agencies realized what the causes of the odor was, and Republic actually started implementing many mitigation measures to counter the legacy damage and improve the landfill gas collection system and improve the cover on the landfill. So that's why in 2015 to 2016, you see that drop.
Did you play a role then? Would you agree that the measures, let me rephrase that, was one of your goals to expedite implementation of these previously identified measures as part of that order, driving the train?
Yes. One of the main things that the abatement order did in 2016 was literally accelerate the schedule for a lot of the implementation, a lot of the mitigation measures that was ongoing and then expanded. So I think in October 2016, many of the measures were scheduled out for about 6 to 8 months. But some of the things that could be done very quickly, that the improvement of the intermediate cover, it was basically the schedule was shortened to about 3 months. So it was literally done by December of that year. So that was a good thing.
Shifting to the right a bit, I notice you've included a reference to COVID here. Did COVID impact the source and composition of trash in Los Angeles?
Yes. So as you know, for COVID, Los Angeles County issued a stay-at-home order. So that changed the source of trash and the composition of trash. So you see a slight rise and then decrease. So in the early parts of the COVID event, the stay-at-home order, so a lot more waste was actually generated from the home and a lot more home cooking. So we see the volume of trash from homes rise significantly, and then also the content or the waste composition of the waste from the homes. So literally, we were doing waste composition studies, and you could see that the amount of waste from the homes, it was literally 20 to 25% of all the tonnage from homes were food waste. And food waste is what literally decomposes the fastest and generates the odoriferous compounds.
So when we talk about what conditions changed, would you agree that the actual composition of the trash changed?
Yes.
In my opening comments and in Mr. Israel's testimony, we referenced weather events. Shifting here to the right in the reference to atmospheric rivers, what is your opinion on how weather impacted conditions at the landfill?
Pretty significant. Landfills in Southern California operate as desert landfills. So we operate under what we assume is dry weather conditions. So in 22, 23, and 2024, we experienced unprecedented atmospheric rivers, literally getting about 3 times the amount of rainfall in a very short period of time during the wet weather season. That significantly impacted how landfills operate and how landfills reacted, because it literally changed a dry weather landfill to basically operating in wet weather conditions.
Let's get a little more specific on the type of odor and the impact of wet weather. It seems fairly common sense that increasing wet weather will increase erosion, which would increase potential for surface emissions. Would you agree to that?
Yes.
And what type of odor would we get in that event?
Okay. So previously, in previous testimony, I've actually said there's about 15 different types of odors that we can identify coming from landfills, but we can generally group those into the 3 that the community experiences. So that is landfill gas, and just leachate odors and trash odors. And although those are 3 distinct classifications, it is sometimes very hard to tell them apart. And sometimes I could give an example. If we get what smells like landfill gas, it's literally a combination of leachate, landfill gas, and also trash odors, because it is literally possible, and we've actually shown this, to have landfill gas from deep underneath the landfill come up to the surface. And then for the freshly disposed trash on top, it literally goes through that freshly disposed trash, and you get trash odors with the landfill gas, or you can even be predominantly trash odors. So that's really important to keep in mind as we go forward.
All right, you just described how erosion can increase surface emissions. Less common sense, at least in my opinion. Does wet weather also generate more landfill gas? And if yes, why?
It absolutely generates more landfill gas. And there's a number of reasons. And this is really trying to get at the root causes. So when you have rain, the water that infiltrates the landfill actually displaces the interspersal space, the pores in the mass, and that pushes the existing landfill gas out. And having increased moisture actually will increase the rate of decomposition of the trash. Right, so you generate landfill gas sooner and at a quicker rate. And then also, most people don't think about this, but when you have rainfall, And that affects the solid waste industry across the entire waste primarily because of all the recycling programs. Paper is, of course, one of the organics that we try to recycle. But when it rains, paper gets wet, and none of the recycling facilities are actually designed to recover wet paper. So all that stuff now ends up in the landfill because of the wet paper, because you can never sell this in the international market. Yeah, so basically all the recycled paper during the rainy season that is collected, and if it's not dry, all ends up in the landfill. So there was a period of 3 to 4 months that I can remember that many of the recycling centers that I work with basically told me we're throwing everything away. So literally you're getting more organics than the landfill. So it's the effect has a rolling effect down the line.
All right. And it also is quite obvious that wet weather can impact wells and can create leachate. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So when the excess water from the rainfall goes into the trash, it actually saturates the trash. And so that water, if it doesn't drain to the bottom, it actually ends up in the wells. And that's what the legacy damage really was. The rain created the leachate, and that did not drain down to the bottom of the landfill. I'll have slides showing that. But it literally drained into the landfill gas wells. And of course, once it's flooded, then it's not really applying a lot of vacuum. And then the moisture also saturates the trash mass itself, making it harder to extract the landfill gas.
Moving further to the right, I see new cell construction. How does new cell construction impact the odors experienced by the community?
In this current version of the abatement order, there is so much new activity, not just the installation of another 125 to 130 wells, but we're looking at all these new measures in terms of putting in what we call pancakes or waffles, and we'll have more description of that later. All those actually create pathways for odors to get into the atmosphere, primarily because we're excavating into the trash mass to put in mitigation measures. And of course, when you're drilling a well, you're literally punching a hole. And then one of the things that we refer to as the in the terms of construction of the new cell, what's happening at the Sunshine Canyon landfill is we have an old part of the landfill which is unlined, and we're literally putting another landfill on top of an old landfill. So in order to do that, we have to line that entire old landfill. The existing part of the landfill that's currently being disposed has a liner underneath. So we have to kind of peel back and expose the trash in order to join the liners from the new cell with the old part of the landfill or the current disposal part.
So is the act of joining liners inherently an odoriferous
Yes.
event?
Yes.
Okay. I want to draw attention to the peak of 2187 and the dotted line that goes to the right. Do you intend to reflect a downward trend by that dotted line?
No, remember, we're only halfway through 2025. So the 1253 is what it was in July of this year. So I don't know if it'll level up more or go up more or go way down. So well, it won't go way down because we're already at 1253 as of July. So just understand that dotted line just means that we're only at half a year.
Thank you. Before we move on from this slide, is there anything else to highlight on this slide?
Oh, I got highlighted a lot of stuff, but no, we should probably
We'll
go on.
expand for a later slide, right? Okay, thank you. A lot of data on this slide. I think some of the hearing board members have seen this before or have it. This slide presents the same odor complaint data, but differently. What do you want to highlight here?
So you see the kind of the green arrow on the top near the middle. That's the abatement order in 2016. And you can in the box on top in October 2016, that's the abatement order. that green arrow when you literally just saw a really significant drop in the odor complaints. And I wanted to point out, it took 7 or 8 months for the mitigation measures that were put in place to completely take effect. And remember, one of the important things is that we're looking at implementing complementary and holistic practices. So it's not just one mitigation measure solving anything. It's sequencing or timing and scheduling the mitigation measures to work effectively with each other. So it took about 7 months in the previous abatement order. And like I said, the primary components of that abatement order are now international best management practice documents. And then you can see the atmospheric rivers in the wet weather season in 22, 23, and 23, 24. And you see an unprecedented little red box there, Hurricane Hillary. We typically don't even get 1/10 of an inch of rain in August. There were 6 inches of rain in a very short period. And you can see what the rain did in terms of the odor complaints. It had the highest August, 264 complaints because of that devastating rainfall event. And then at the very bottom, that green box is the current abatement order. And keep in mind, we have 1 month where we had no drilling activity. And we acknowledge that there's high odor complaints in May, June, and July. And of course, I think Larry said in August, we had 183 complaints. But there is so much construction activity, and we can go through some of those later, and we can tie it to that as part of the
All right, in
causes.
addition to the construction activity, what other factors do you think can help explain what is an uptick in July and August of 2025 relative to prior?
Well, I try to just kind of summarize it in the slide, but the construction of the new cell, which is pretty significant in terms of what was planned originally and what the abatement order is now asking them to do, is one of the most significant things is that you have to kind of peel back the covered trash right now just to be able to join the bottom leachate collection system. So that's one. And there's a lot of trenching going on, which means you're literally digging through trash to put in horizontal collectors to increase the collection efficiency of the landfill gas system. We're drilling top-down wells, and we're also putting up bottom-up wells. Typically, you have one drilling rig on site, but in order to catch up, Republic now has three drilling rigs on site just to make up for lost time. And the other one where I said long-term erosion of intermediate cover. So this is over the years when the first abatement order was very successful. You had a long period of time that you had very low odor complaints. But over that time, the intermediate cover degrades over time. And so, and then you had, of course, the erosion from the impact of the rainfall. So this is one of the things this current abatement order focuses on, is really repairing and maintaining it to a much higher level, the intermediate covers. And then, of course, the leachate seeps, more rainfall, more infiltration, and we're getting, of course, more leachate seeps, but there's a lot of preventative measures that are also being done. The thing what I refer to as the waffle pancake, you'll see a picture on the right, the lower picture. If you drill a well, you're literally drilling about a 3-foot diameter hole down into the trash. But in order to make the landfill gas collection wells way more efficient, and that's the primary goal, is to improve the efficiency. We are testing a pretty much new concept called a pancake or a waffle. I call it a pancake because it's round, but the way it's installed is actually square, so calling it a waffle. You're literally excavating a 15-foot by 15-foot hole and creating a porous volume to tie to a landfill gas well. And by just doing one of these, you literally double the amount of surface area that a vacuum can be applied to in a single well. So that's pretty significant.
Before we move on from this slide, let's focus on the pictures a little bit.
Okay.
So you just described excavation for a pancake / waffle well. The excavation is occurring in existing buried trash, in or near buried trash.
Yes.
All right. Based on these images and your knowledge, what type of mitigation measures are implemented at the moment when they're doing this construction?
Well, there's, of course, you see in the lower picture, you see a little water truck that's putting out odor neutralizer. And then as soon as the material is excavated, I'll have more pictures later. As soon as the material is excavated, and this is old trash, so it's pretty smelly. It's actually put into a dump truck and taken to the working phase right away for disposal.
All right, thank you. Moving on. I think you've heard me emphasize for the board today that the 2016 abatement order was a success. We're modeling this order on the successful measures there. And you may have heard me say we need time. Let's drill down a bit on what was done in 2016 and 2017 while we're replicating those conditions. And then we'll talk about the new measures.
Okay. One of the things we focused on in 2016 was really getting to the root cause of the odor issues, what caused the most odors. And it turned out that after all the data analysis and all the practice, looking at all the practices on the landfill, it was literally traced to that legacy damage. And in order to correct that, they had to install over 150 new wells to be able to replace the damaged or ineffective vertical landfill gas collection wells. So that was a primary thing. And to supplement that, it wasn't just putting more holes in the ground and collecting more gas, but we actually, in order to enhance the landfill gas wells, we had a program, we called it the intermediate cover enhancement. So literally for the parts of the landfill that had the most surface emissions, we actually made the surface of the landfill more impermeable by putting in additional soil. And in some areas, we literally sprayed a cement mix on the landfill to literally seal the surface so we can apply more vacuum. Please keep in mind that all landfills by law are required to operate under positive pressure. That means every landfill has to give off some gas emissions. And the purpose of that is to make sure that you don't draw too much vacuum, that you actually pull oxygen into the landfill, which is very detrimental because that causes underground fires. So really to emphasize, it's really the improving the efficiency of the landfill gas collection system, more wells. And the other thing was to really enhance the performance of a cover by making it more impermeable.
All right, but we're not just repeating what worked before. We have new measures.
Yes.
Would you, a high overview of the new measures?
Okay. So after 2016, 2017, I did an international worldwide search on all the new technologies that are being proposed and the new studies that the US federal government, including United Nations, have put out in terms of what would be possible mitigation measures, not just to reduce methane, but also to reduce odor. We kind of focus on methane, but primarily because methane and CO2 are the primary components of landfill gas. But methane and CO2 is odorless. And so as an enforcement agency, we'll look at methane as the carrier gas for that very small component of around 0.5% to 1% of the really smelly chemicals that's carried out. So it's very easy to measure methane. So what was done was in this abatement order, we worked with our LEA, worked with AQMD to literally incorporate the best management practices and some of the things that the federal government wanted to test. And so all those new practices have been implemented in this abatement order. And this abatement order has huge amount of flexibility for AQMD and the local enforcement agency on how to fine tune the mitigation measures as we go along, because some of this stuff is so new, it's never been done before anywhere else.
Do you think adding timelines to those steps would improve the order? Or would it hamper your ability in real time to adjust?
You know, the way the abatement order is written is allows flexibility because we're constantly monitoring. And if we have to meet a schedule, we may be doing things that's not optimal. So we really want the flexibility to develop even the monitoring technologies for some of these things.
All right, and when would you expect to see appreciable improvements based on the current abatement order?
So based on the success of the 2016 abatement order, the earliest would be primarily after the installation of the 125 to 130 new wells, once they're hooked up to the header system and they're tuned. So that's literally according to the schedule that's of the well drilling now. I'm looking at about 7 months after the start of the abatement order. And so I'm looking at the start of the wet weather season, which is a really good test of how well everything's working. So that's October of this year.
And again, there was an incident in June that delayed that drilling of new wells.
Yes, that's the fatal accident by one of the contractors.
And has the operator taken measures to try to catch up or expedite
Yes.
the schedule?
So at that time, there was only, prior to the accident, there was only one well drilling rig. So now they've actually brought on 3 drilling rigs. That's a lot of drilling rigs, and that's a lot of holes being punched every single day.
Right. Let's take a moment to look at this image. Is this another graphical representation of the success of the prior abatement order and the delay of the mitigation measures having an impact?
I think that's the next slide, but what this slide is supposed to show is you can see when the 2016 mitigation measure went into effect, it actually took effect in May of 2017. So it's a good 7 months after the start of the abatement order. So this is separate tracking done by the local enforcement agency. And the red line on top is the incoming tonnage. And you can see that the number of complaints it's not really correlated to how much tonnage is coming in. It's almost doesn't matter. It's really how the landfills operated and the kind of how well the mitigation measures are put in. And the most significant part of this, and this is what's accepted pretty much within the industry, is having a very effective landfill gas collection system.
I want to pause and underscore what you just said. It's been suggested to the board that reducing tonnage may improve conditions. Does the data you just presented dispute that?
Yes, it totally counters that. And part of the design of the current mitigation measure is literally to get as much trash as possible to fill up against the problematic areas that's having leachate and landfill gas emissions. So we're using trash as itself as a buffer.
Again, we've got a lot of data presented on this image. What is the significance of the data shown here?
Okay, this is the number of complaints isn't the only piece of evidence that our local enforcement agency and AQMD, and actually even public health that we've been working with, look at. So if you look at the number of complaints at the bottom in 2016 abatement order, you'll see again that the odor complaints really dropped in May in 2017. That's because all those landfill gas wells, all 150 of them actually got installed, got hooked up to the header system, got tuned, and were working. And one of the things we look at as how well a landfill gas collection system is working is how much gas is it actually collecting. So you can see that our LEA independently took all the operating data from the operator, and we actually calculated a 55 to 60% increase in the landfill gas. And you have to understand and tie it back to what I said earlier, the landfill gas actually can carry trash odors, fresh trash odors into the community. But by reducing the amount of actual landfill gas by actually collecting it with the expanded system, you'll see the odor complaints literally dropped to almost very, very low levels. So this is the analysis that we did as an LEA. And next slide.
Before you move on, I
Oh.
just want to pause because you've just identified 3 different metrics this board could rely on in order to assess the success of mitigation measures. Odor complaints received by the district, landfill gas collected, and then a separate independent verification by a different agency or entity such as NASA or CalRecycle.
Yes,
All different measures to validate the impacts of the conditions, correct?
correct.
All right, let's go on.
Okay, so separately, Republic on their own has been tracking odor complaints. And on the top, the orange line is the amount of landfill gas. And you see in the little black type, those are when they actually put in the mitigation measures. So as the local enforcement agency in collaboration with the AQMD, we did our own independent analysis. And you can see it's really showing the time delay. And of course, they calculated a 55% increase in the volume of landfill gas collected. What I didn't include here was we had independent collaboration from NASA that was literally flying a plane over the landfill, and they've been taking aerial imaging of the amount of methane coming through the surface of the landfill. But our local enforcement agency has been collaborating with NASA since 2016. And currently I'm actually part of the research team located at Cal State Northridge. And so what NASA has been able to do was to validate that this is the single largest drop in surface emissions ever shown on a landfill. And that was really as the result, they actually visited the landfill. It was actually the result of really improving the landfill gas system in combination with improving the intermediate cover.
Did you just say that NASA independently verified that the improvements brought about by the abatement order resulted in the single biggest decrease in surface emissions of methane?
Yes, and that's actually how our local enforcement agency is now part of this collaborative effort with NASA. And the practices at this landfill actually got published in many publications, which I can provide to you on how to reduce the emissions of methane from landfills.
All right, I'm going to move on. What would you like the hearing board members to appreciate about these panoramics? And then we're going to go into a little bit more depth on a monthly basis.
Yeah, I mean, we have pictures that our LEA staff or myself, we take every single month since about 2011. So there's a lot of pictures, but I just picked a few to show prior to this year in 2024 what the landfill looked like. And the purpose of these 3 pictures is to give you kind of a comparative to show how dynamic, how many things are going on at a single time, I mean, within a short time period. So prior to this year, you'll see that's a panorama. That's about a 180-degree view of the landfill. So you'll see in January of 2025, measures were already starting to be taken because we kind of understood what some of the root causes of the increase in odor complaints. So you'll see that white area in the kind of the center, that's 8 acres of cementatious spray. It's cement mixed with bentonite, which is a clay, and fiber, and it's meant to seal the surface. It isn't just meant just to seal the surface that you can get better landfill gas collection because of a higher vacuum, but it also creates a surface that reduces the amount of erosion during wet weather seasons. So that was already done in October of last year. And you can see as of 2 weeks ago, how fast it's actually filled up. And that is actually one of the measures. The reason the spray is there is that's a side slope where a lot of the leachate seeps are coming out and where a lot of the landfill gas has very high readings. So we're literally using the trash mass itself. And don't forget this trash mass that's being filled up against that sloped area actually now contains microbiology as part of the mitigation measures in the abatement order.
All right, we have 3 months in a row here, June, July, and August. At a high level, could you just point out what you'd like the hearing board to appreciate in these images?
Yeah, just let the hearing board know there's so many different things going on. And you see on this first one in June, you'll in back of the, on top, in back of those trucks, you see a mound. That's actually the fire debris that's being brought on site. That's where the Altadena, Pasadena fire debris is coming in. So that's in a completely different area of the landfill. And to the left, you'll see one of the drilling rigs. And so, and you see that even though this is the beginning of summer, we're already dealing with erosion control, treating this landfill like it's a wet weather landfill, not just a dry weather. So the preparation of this landfill for wet weather season, it's an all year round thing. And then because there's seeps coming out, Republic actually does a seep patrol in the morning and as needed sometime in the afternoon. In the late afternoon, and there's a daily report for every day. This patrol is done, and it's done every day. And then for areas that where there's a significant amount of leachate, with a sump is actually put in. That's the bottom picture. And then you see on the right, at the very top right, the little light area, that's the continuing use of the alternative daily cover. And just underneath that is some hydroseeded area, but that doesn't take very well because it's just so dry and hot. And at the very bottom right, you will see the closure turf, or at least the grassy part, the green part, being peeled off. And one of the most significant measures of this abatement order is, you see that green part? That deals with the absolute worst part of the landfill, having the most emissions and the most leachate seeps resulting from the detrimental legacy damage practice. So there was nothing that traditional practices. So in the abatement order, this is the first international application of a closure turf that's really meant for the end of life of a landfill to be implemented on a temporary basis. So that's what you see there. That's 30 acres of one piece of plastic that's welded together. And we have more details later, but to keep the gas and the leachate. The original practice, keep in mind, the original design is to remove that entire 30 acres to fill up the trash against. But the abatement order, just to keep in mind as we go forward, is we're requiring that to be left in place and to re-engineer the entire landfill around that. Okay, this next slide is just, oh, yes. So this is just an illustration on how much soil is being additionally brought in. The regulatory requirement for a intermediate cover is 12 inches. So you'll see that this is all the area on the flat part. And so they brought in enough soil to add an additional 2 feet deep of intermediate cover to enhance the performance and to allow for greater vacuum to be applied in that area. And then on the lower left, and just to show you, that is the site of the accident that where the fatality resulted from that accident with the drilling rig. And in the kind of the center and with a close-up picture in the lower right, it's just carrying out of the abatement order and literally leaving that closure turf in place, but only removing the grass, and then leaving the place in place, the liner that covers the worst part of the landfill. And then it doesn't quite show in this picture, but you have to actually peel back that black part to join the new part of the liner from the new part of the landfill.
Is the change in process for the joining the liner, is that an example of cell design upgrades as part of
Yes.
this order?
It's part of the redesign of the landfill, and it also impacts the cell sequencing, and it actually impacts the operations pretty significantly. Okay, this one last overview picture is to show that by mid-August here, we have 3 drill rigs. You see the two pictures on the upper left, and they're actually removing the equipment that fell over from the accident. And then lower left picture just to show that I actually took the picture of the people that document the progress of the landfill. And you see in the center where I show the posi shell, we already had a previous application in October of 2024. And the posi shell, even though it's a cementitious spray, it's only designed to last. One of the mixes only lasts a few days. This is a specially formulated one that lasts 6 months, but it's been 6 months since last October. So this was completely resprayed. So it's another 20 acres. And you can see the coverage is huge all the way to the right-hand side to even cover some of the hydroseeded area because the plants didn't take. And what's unique about this picture is the posi shell here actually has the microbiology applied to the surface prior to the application of the cementitious spray. And then we actually infused the posi shell, infused the cement with the microbiology and put it on top of that. And that's really to keep be consistent with the approach that we're going to take a whack at the gas and the odors as many places as possible.
All right, this depicts a general overview.
Yes. So many things going on. They all work to help each other. And we'll get into each of these in excruciating detail. But just to take one cut at a landfill, one portion of a landfill. So you see the new wells being drilled on the right, going down, top down. And as Larry mentioned, there's a boot to reduce the emissions coming up along the well. And you'll see on the right, we're actually infusing microbiology in the trash itself, but we have another type of microbiology called phytoremediative microbiology, and that's actually designed to increase the activity of plant roots, make plants healthier, and make the roots actually absorb methane and odorous compounds and volatile chemicals. And so you'll see that in the vegetative layer or the intermediate layer in the cover too. So you'll see kind of the illustration of the 9 inches of soil and how, because they're so compacted and so impermeable, the water from the rain and the water from the decomposition of trash cannot go down to the bottom of the landfill. And remember, I said this is about 85% of the surface area of the landfill in 2015. And so you'll see that this water is going into the old wells, but the new wells actually will have pumps in it that pump all this stuff out. And because of the honeycomb isolation of all these individual cells, you actually have landfill gas accumulating and the pressure building and it literally blows through the surface. That's why I said you can literally have landfill gas odors with trash odors. And of course, because the moisture inside the landfill, you also get leachate odors at the same time. And moving to the kind of the left, one of the things that's being done as part of this abatement order is you typically install landfill gas wells, the vertical ones, when the trash is pretty near the top of the landfill or near the finished grade. But for this new cell, we're actually putting in what we call gabion cubes or rock piles. And what that does is it actually, you actually start putting in the wells on the collection system before the trash even goes in. So this is a huge change in how we design landfill gas collection system. So this is something that they're doing in the new cell. And this is, of course, one of the best management practice that's being adopted internationally. So you'll see also the truck spraying neutralizer and odor neutralizer and microbiology. There's been a whole series of chemists analyzing and microbiology analyzing the microbiology so that it's consistent and complementary to the chemistry of the odor neutralizer. So a lot of work being done. And that's
Take a pause here. Chairman, I'm observing the time. I'm happy to report, I believe we're halfway through, despite what the page numbers might reflect. We're roughly halfway through our presentation, so I just wanted to check in with you on time and schedule.
Well, we do want to take lunch at 12:30. I think people need a break. But is it your plan to go through all the documents here?
Some of them will just take 2 seconds or 3 seconds, so we'll finish. Yeah, I know it's a lot, but I think the original version I had for Karen was about 600 pages.
So we said an hour. How much more time will we need? Because now we're looking at an hour and 30 minutes. And we have a hard stop we want to get out of here.
What time?
Do we have a hard stop today? I'm sorry, I wasn't
Yeah.
aware of
Oh,
that.
yeah, we wanted a hard stop.
At 4,
I'm
right?
setting a hard stop. No, I
Oh.
want to set a hard, he doesn't have any cross. You've submitted the documentation, right? We're going to go through every single document. Sir, I believe we should be able to get out of here by no later than 2:30.
Oh, we can do that.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, we're off the record at 12:34. We'll come back at 1:05. Off the record.
Thank you.
Are we back on the record? Again, we're back on the record. Mr. Dan Company.
Mr. Sang, let's pick up.
Hold on one second. We haven't hit the. All right, we're back on the record at 1:07 PM. Ms. Manwaring, floor is yours.
Chairman, the witness and I have heard your requests, and we've made some adjustments to the presentation. And I will encourage the board members to ask us to return to slides if you had questions and if we went too quick. All right. So right now we're just looking at images of the response to leachate seeps.
Yes.
Okay, and the next image, this is a leachate seep that occurred at a well.
Yes, you can get leachate odors, not just from seeps, but you can get leachate odors from leachate that comes out during the repair of a vertical well.
All right, we're going to pause briefly on this slide. This is an opportunity to talk about the cumulative complementary measures taking place. Would you highlight, what should we highlight on this image?
Well, this is one of the conditions, is to use microbiology on the leachate seeps. So you'll see basically a water truck outfitted with a foam gun that's applying foam and odor neutralizer on a leachate seep.
Okay, I'm going to pause here with an important distinction. This wasn't clear to me at the start of this process, so I want to make sure everyone here is clear. The microbiology being applied to the transfer stations and the microbiology we see applied here, is that a commercially available, certified, approved product?
Yes.
Then why are we testing or evaluating other products?
We're looking at 5 different formulations, 4 of which are pretty much utilized internationally within different industries. One of the newer innovative ones, of which we'll talk about later, it has not really been tested on a landfill. It's actually being evaluated at Sunshine for the first time.
Okay, so the only thing currently being applied is certified, approved, and commercially available.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. The next image shows the process of building up against the slopes. Why is that important?
It's because this is where we said that we want to use the tonnage of the trash mass itself as a mitigation measure. So you see between the 2 pictures, between March and August of this year, you can see how fast in the bottom picture compared to the top, how fast it's filling up. And one of the reasons we wanted to fill up as fast as possible, because the area it's filling up against is the area that has a lot of emissions and seeps.
All right, and this reflects in the center there an example of filling up against the slopes, as well as lots of other of the mitigation measures.
Correct.
All right, I'm going to pause. Yeah, that's what we just did here.
You missed one.
And
Next slide. Okay, let's keep it here. So this is just another view. So you get some perspective of how high and how fast it filled up. So just between March and August, you can see in the valley how fast it's filling up. So if you look at the little indicator that says filling up against side slopes, you can see the size of the trucks and how high that is just within a few months, how it's filled up. And towards the right-hand side, you can see the new liner for the new cell development. And on the very lower left, you see on the other side that's coming from the left side to join with the right side. But you see where the closure turf is, and I have it at the bottom, it says peel back of closure turf. So they're literally peeling back that turf, the grassy part, but leaving the layer of plastic on top. But they have to peel that back because there's an existing leachate collection system underneath all that trash that has to be joined with the new cell liner system. So
that's a standard activity that any landfill developing a new cell would have to undertake, correct?
Yes.
Okay, we've talked about improving gas collection, including additional drilling. What are we looking at in this image?
So in the little box that's outlined in red, this is just the first couple phases of adding the 125 to 130 new wells. But on the picture in the background, you'll see it's almost already existing 1,000 wells. And what I want to point out for you that's really important is that you'll see it towards the bottom half of the landfill footprint. You'll see about 1 well per acre. That is an area where we do not have the legacy damage area. And kind of the top where 85% of that footprint, you'll see as many as 3 to 4 or even more wells per acre. But that's what it takes to be able to deal with the legacy damage. And you can see that in the red insert, all the new wells are literally being put in that area.
All right, this is an image of a drill welling.
Yes, and you
Well
see
drilling, excuse me. I want to pause here. What are the mitigation measures in place?
Okay.
What are the mitigation measures in place when they are excavating in or near buried trash?
Yes, so you'll see the water truck with the odor neutralizer on the left, and you see the drill rig. There's actually a vacuum box where the hole is being drilled, and as fast as the material is taken out from the drilling, it's loaded onto a dump truck, and that's taken right away to the working phase and being disposed.
Okay, so that trash that's excavated does not sit on the ground. It goes right to the working phase?
Yes.
Okay. This is an image. What is this image of?
This is just the construction of horizontal collectors, which enhances the overall efficiency of the gas collection system.
All right. Would you describe what we're looking at here, please?
So this is one of the things that's unique to Sunshine that's actually in the abatement order. So instead of waiting for the landfill to fill up and then put the well down, we're actually building the landfill gas wells from the bottom up. So this is called a gabion pile or a gabion cube. So we're literally putting, this is the artist rendition, or at least my artist rendition from last November, and discussing with AQMD on what should be done to improve the efficiency of the gas wells. So literally bottom up and then adding the pancake on top. And the next one is really at the top down and adding that pancake to increase the radius of influence and the effective surface area that vacuum can be applied. And you see the little boot on the top near the surface of the landfill. That's what Larry was referring to as reducing the amount of emissions that come out near the well. So this picture really just shows from farther away what that construction looks like. So this is taken about a quarter mile away. So on the lower left, they're actually building the pancake. And you can see that's a 15-foot by 15-foot excavation. And then, and that's the well that's actually where the pancake is actually, waffle is being applied to. And this is from the concept that you saw before, at least my attempt at an illustration, this is the engineering drawing. This is the actual construction of that waffle or pancake. This just shows that these things are not meant to stand alone, but also in the future, we'll be tying horizontal collectors to this to improve the overall collection efficiency of the landfill gas system. This just shows the steps in the construction of a bottom-up gabion cube and then adding the pancake to it. So in the little red insert, you'll see that a quadrant off area in yellow tape. That's where that pancake is, and the trash will go on top of that, and then the well will be put through that.
I'm going to pause here briefly and just ask this question. The gabion cube is not new to this order, correct? The
no.
gabion cube was a novel mitigation measure in 2016. Is that correct?
Yes.
So it's one of the successful measures that we're repeating now?
Yes, we actually included in this abatement order. And the success was actually documented by many different ways, primarily by the increase in the amount of landfill gas that could be collected from that one well, and then was separately collaborated by NASA flyovers.
Thank you. And the pancake waffle, in contrast, is one of the upgraded design features.
Yes, so that's
new to this process.
brand new.
All right. We also heard Larry talk about observing a boot around the well. What are we looking at here?
So this is actually, well, that's actually a picture view. And what I think that's Amanda from AQMD actually looking at installation of a boot, which actually helps reduces the surface emissions around the existing well. And this one really just shows the application of the odor neutralizer and the microbiology on the working phase during the morning hours. So that's the next slide is actually just a close-up and applying it from a different direction to cover as much as the working phase as possible.
Where are we here?
Yeah.
We heard earlier potential concerns about odoriferous loads coming from transfer stations that are not owned or operated by Republic. Does Republic have in place protocols on the ground for when odoriferous loads are received?
Yes, there's a number of different measures. Chief among them is really odoriferous loads are actually can be turned away at the waste scale, so it doesn't even enter this place. But they have special procedures, and this is one I wanted to document because this is pretty significant. So what you see there, circled in red, is a load from a treated medical waste from a hospital. And treated medical waste, according to the law, is just non-hazardous municipal waste, but it's very odoriferous. So the special procedures is they have priority. Once they come in, they dump, and immediately, as fast as possible, a buffer load is put in place and used to spread and compact this load, so odoriferous load. So there are procedures in place to deal with odoriferous loads.
All right.
Okay,
There is a lot that could be said about the microbiology and methantropics at a high level. I wanted to be very clear what is being applied widespread, and Eugene will talk about what the experiments are. Please.
So this has just happened in this last month, early month. So we're applying the microbiology to the surface of the landfill. And so we do a top down spray from the top. Next slide is we spray from the bottom up. And then the microbiology is actually mixed into the cement and into the clay and fiber, then applied on top of the surface that's already had the microbiology. So we're really compounding and accumulating the impacts of the microbiology.
And the goal is to get the species to colonize. Is that
Yes,
correct?
Yes. And these species operate in an aerobic atmosphere, so which means that when trash is exposed, there's oxygen in it, and then the microbiology is alive. But eventually, the trash becomes anaerobic. But then as we put new trash on it, the trash actually becomes another living layer of a biofilter for the previous trash that's generating gas.
All right, and before we move on, in that upper right corner, is that AQMD staff inspecting the posi shell?
Yes, so AQMD and our LEA work very closely together. And that's actually a picture of Larry Israel inspecting the crust that's actually formed on top of the landfill that creates this more impermeable layer.
All right, earlier today, you heard Mr. Israel's testimony about an example of technology being used, technology that can both assist the regulators in assessing the effectiveness of mitigation measures, but also to identify hotspots in real time that if properly used, an operator could deploy immediate remediation. Would you agree with those? That's two benefits of the Trellis laser sensor?
Yes, the real-time data and it covers wide areas and it's 24/7.
All right. Is there anything else in this? I should go to the next image.
Yes. So literally it shoots a laser from an emitter to a reflector, and the laser, as it reflects back, it absorbs the beam is actually absorbed by the methane. So we can get a methane concentration, and then over 300 meters, and we can get readings literally every 15 to 20 seconds, 24/7. And on the lower right, you see actually Larry Israel and other AQMD staff helping with the LEA and the oversight of the installation of this technology.
All right. As part of this order, Respondent agreed to provide access to operational data. Can you give us an example of the additional data and how it can be used?
Yes, Republic has just been pretty responsive in just providing every piece of the data that we've asked for to the AQMD and also to our LEA. So this picture is really just to remind the hearing board there's a regulatory grid that's assigned. And then this picture, you can see the inset is a team of people actually walk 180 miles every single month and take a reading every few steps. So you can see every little dot as we get a reading. So there's literally 390 to 400 grids that covers the landfill. And each month I get over 110,000 data points that we actually go through data mining and analysis. And what's important in this picture, you see in the lower part of the landfill, where we don't have the legacy damage, the emissions, surface emissions are very low and much higher in the legacy damage area, which is in the top part of the landfill, the northern part.
And based on this data, are resources deployed and grids prioritized?
Yes. So our LEA, in conjunction with the AQMD, I have data analytics specialists that they actually compile the data and put in the numerical value and identifying which grids are the most offending or out of compliance grids with this high surface emissions. We overlay this on aerial imagery, and that actually helps the landfill focus on which grids to work on to prioritize the remediation measures.
Right. Enhanced monitoring technology is in the order. What are we looking at here?
Yes. So we're looking at a number of different technologies, including drone technology, which they're doing once a month now. So this is a methane plumes identified by the flyover of a drone. And if you look at the little red box, it identifies where methane is coming out. And that's literally, we can pinpoint that to where the liners is being uplifted to join with the older part of, with the new liner, which is at the bottom of this picture. Next slide. All this data is not just looked at on an individual basis, but we do correlative studies and analysis with a lot of other data, like what is the volume of methane gas that's or landfill gas that's collected. That's top left. Bottom left is the heating value of the methane in the landfill gas that's collected. We get the data on a daily basis, and then all that data is used to figure out what are the appropriate mitigation measures. So this slide really shows that after 2016, we had a very long period of very low odor complaints. And you can see in the top in the blue dots is the amount of landfill gas that's being collected is really has been going up. So that's one very important factor of the success of the mitigation measures. But around 2022, there started to be significant deterioration of the intermediate cover. So you see, even though you can see the complaints going up, but you can see the volume of landfill gas is actually going down, which means there's a number of things. It means the landfill cover is degrading, that landfill gas collection efficiency is decreasing, an indicator that there needs to be more wells. And also you can see where I highlighted there, the first wet weather event where we had atmospheric river, where we had 55, 56 inches of rain when the normals in that time period is only 15 inches. So you can see in the blue, there's a tremendous dip in the amount of landfill gas that's collected. So we know what causes odors and what causes deficiencies in the landfill gas collection system. So this is just an example of how data is used, and what is done is all these findings are presented to Republic, and their engineers then prioritize which grids and what's the appropriate measure for each individual grid, and that's how the mitigation measure goes forward. All this picture does is just to show that it's not one thing at any one location. It's multiple approaches. So we had plants with phytoremediation bacteria added. We have intermediate cover, different kinds of covers with the microbiology. We have ADC, and then towards the bottom in the tan, we see the little blue dots, just the surviving methanotropes, while the trash is still in its aerobic stage. So we're looking at multiple additive, what we call mitigation measures.
Okay. As I highlighted at the start of this session, application of the microbiology currently happening is a commercially available certified approved product. But in addition, this order includes conditions that require us to seek out and identify the best cumulative measure. So talk to us about what you're doing to experiment.
I formerly served on the US EPA Technology Transfer Committee. And so I got access to what is being proposed as the newest and best that can be even tried. So one of the technologies, if it hasn't been proven or certified by an entity, we will go through a very rigorous process of making sure that it will actually work before we do full-scale application. So the next few slides just kind of demonstrate. This is just the.
Are the initial results promising?
Yes. So in just very limited field tests, we saw like an 80% drop in the emissions going through the surface of a landfill by the application of microbiology.
And these graphs just represent two different experiments.
Yes, one is just with a normal landfill soil cover, and the one on the right is actually using biochar, which is an EPA recommended bio cover. And the next few slides just shows that the personal involvement from Republic staff in actually carrying out these field tests. So a number of plots were done. You can just go to the next slide, and you can go to the next slide. So you can, okay. So you can see even the LEA staff is actually part of the evaluation of this. Okay, keep going. Let's get this. Okay, one last slide. And just to understand, there's a very, very rigorous process for unproven technology that we actually make the vendors go through. And so these technologies and approaches we're doing at Sunshine is so new, it's getting international coverage. This is actually a picture of Allison Chu, who is the climate and environmental reporter of the Washington Post, doing a long-term article on this technology for the landfills.
When that article gets published, will we present it to this hearing board?
Yes.
Right, we heard a lot of discussion about applying the microbiology at transfer stations, and there are 6 owned and operated by Republic.
Mhm.
Is that what we're looking at here?
Yes. And so this is just this picture is literally the pictures from the inspection by the LEA and by AQMD staff.
Okay.
Okay, this one's a little bit important. I'm just going to spend. Do you want to run the video? So before you run the
Yes.
video, so let me explain what this is. This kind of explains what the legacy damage is. So you'll see that soil layer, and then the trapped water, and you have the gas coming out through the surface. But because so much gas and leachate was coming out the side slopes, we ordered the installation of a closure turf, which is a plastic layer literally on the slope of the landfill. And you can see that's actually what happens if you don't have the gas collectors on the side. So if that plastic wasn't there, all that gas and leachate would literally go out in the atmosphere. Oh, do you see that illustration?
Just want to pause for a moment so people can appreciate the illustration.
Okay. And we identified this in 2016 as one of the major causes. So what happened in this abatement order is that the original plan was to remove that 30 acres of plastic, but that would expose 30 acres of the worst side slopes that's emitting leachate, seeps, and landfill gas. So the abatement order says, try to find a way to leave that in place and re-engineer the landfill and resequence it. And that's what's being done now. If you go to the next slide, and one of the sources of odors is, see at the very bottom left, we have to join the liner system that's underneath this damaged area with the new liner from the new disposal cell. So we had to literally lift up that, and that does expose leachate and gas odors during construction. And when I say fill it up as fast as possible, we're literally using the trash mass itself to fill it up against the side slope. And that becomes the buffer. And we have the new landfill gas collection systems that will deal with this.
What are we looking at here?
So this is just the picture of the peeling away of the grass, which isn't needed, but leaving the underlying black plastic sealing layer in place and actually then just filling up against it. And this is just another view to show the new liner on top of the old landfill. Remember, I said we're building a landfill on top of an old landfill. So you see that on the right. And the left, you see the closure turf, and we have to join the liners from underneath the left side to the right side. Okay. And this is just another picture of the application of the odor neutralizer from both directions.
Could we pause here? I just want to make sure the board is attuned with the daily cover here.
Yes.
Um,
To see that where she's pointing, that light tan plastic, that's the alternative daily cover. That's been implemented since 2015. Now that's what caused the drop. One of the causes of the drops in the odor, because we did away with the 9 inches of cover as a daily practice. And so that's an ongoing thing that's been continued with this abatement order.
What is meant by an enhanced wet weather plan?
Well, typically a wet weather plan, a landfill submits, and they deal with how do we prepare the landfill for the wet weather season, which is really kind of like October, November through kind of like March, April of next year. But because of the unexpected damage done by the atmospheric rivers and the unprecedented Hurricane Hillary in August, we now ask the wet weather plan to be literally implemented all year round. And this is just a picture showing that another condition on the abatement order that we look at different types of and ways to enhance an intermediate cover. So looking at mulch, or looking at compost, and then adding that to the existing cover or mixing it with the soil as an existing cover, and actually then adding additionally microbiology to it.
Right, and there's a condition in the order that requires a design of the front entrance berm.
Yes,
This is a rendition of what that might look like.
yes.
Do you know when the front entrance berm is supposed to be completed?
2027. So that's an ongoing thing we're checking.
All right, we've discussed the collaborative efforts amongst the public agencies, including ongoing information sharing. For the sake of brevity, the district is going to not present the next few slides, but rather we're going to share why they're in here. And if you choose to ask questions, Mr. Singh will be happy to answer them. We have represented that the process is transparent, that we're accessible, that we've been cooperative, and discussions are ongoing and robust. Did members of the community and elected officials bring to you a concern about potential hot spots or fires at this facility?
Yes,
And did you take the time to take the data, analyze the data, respond to the individuals, and present the information publicly?
yes,
And was your conclusion that none of the factors that one might consider for a potential subsurface elevated temperature event, would you agree that none of those factors are present here?
yes, I would agree with that.
All right. That expedites us. And if there are any questions on that in the conversation that Mr. Sang engaged in, we'd encourage you to follow up with that. But now we have an opportunity. You've heard a lot of information. You heard it really quick in the second half of the presentation. What do you want the hearing board to take away as we conclude your testimony?
Well, in my role in assisting AQMD in overseeing and evaluating the implementation of the mitigation measures, it's kind of my conclusion that the abatement order is actually being implemented and being complied with. So that's really a number one. And just to reemphasize, we've actually taken the best parts, the proven parts of best management practice from the previous abatement order, included it and expanded it. But then on top of that, we've actually implemented all the new improvements that is feasibly possible that the federal government and the international community has developed in the last 8 years since the last abatement orders. That was also included in the abatement order. And then on top of that, our LAA is constantly working with Republic to try to improve the operational practices, even that's not really part of the abatement order, but trying to be primarily to just be more responsive to issues that we identify. So that's being done all the time. The one thing I do want to point out is that the last big bullet here is there's going to be a lot of regional changes in how we manage solid waste. So one of the really important things that happened in 2016 is that the state passed a mandatory organics recycling law, which means every household and every business has to reduce the amount of organics. But that was interrupted with COVID. but the recycling program to collect recyclables like paper and cardboard, and to collect food waste and green waste, the organics, this is the stuff that creates the odor. It's been not very successful in terms of the participation by the residents of LA City or LA County. Currently, probably 50 to 70% of everything that goes into Sunshine is still organics. And so the city is actually cranking up the collection program and cranking up enforcement. So we're looking at already every single family home, like the monthly cost has already doubled to go out to increase the collection. And then enforcement, and this, we're literally talking about looking in individual trash cans to try to get people to participate. This is one of the very weak things. And the last bullet I want to point out is that other countries have been successful in reducing reliance upon landfills, but this has not been successful in the United States. So our local enforcement agency has actually been working with academic institutions and nonprofits and stuff, but working with elected officials to actually draft a set of policies to be implemented to build the new generation of facilities that actually exist and work.
All right, I have two questions remaining and they're very short. Has respondent said no to anything you've asked respondent to do under this order?
They've agreed to everything I've asked for, to the point that I think they think sometimes I'm crazy, but they've agreed to everything that I asked for.
All right. And if we could identify a quick fix that would bring immediate relief, wouldn't that be here in front of this board already?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Singh, for your testimony today.
Thank you, Mr. Bruin.
No questions, thank you.
Members of the hearing board, the remainder of the time is ours. Mr. Balakapalan.
After Mr. Singh. Fire debris. I think there were some concerns by the residents, in the emails I sent about the increase, the fire debris coming in and the odors from there. How is the fire debris handled? And what is your opinion on how much odors or anything coming from the fire debris?
First of all, there's literally no odors from the fire debris. The fire debris mostly comes from the Pasadena and Altadena disaster areas. The majority of it that doesn't even come to Sunshine. It goes to Simi Valley landfill. The process is that Sunshine Canyon only takes loads from the Army Corps of Engineers. They have a very rigorous process. So they go through what they call phase one. So when they go on site, the Army Corps of Engineers goes on site and they identify how hazardous waste is actually removed. Once it's removed, the second phase starts, and then they try to recycle as much as possible of the steel and inert materials like cement, concrete and stuff like that. And during that recovery process, if additional hazardous materials like asbestos is found, because they do asbestos testing prior to the recovery of recyclables. If any asbestos or any hazardous components are found, that's continually removed. And then only after all that's done, then they scrape off the 6 inches of dirt on the fire footprint. And that's mostly inert materials and carbonaceous leftovers and mostly soil by weight. And that comes to the landfill. But that's goes on a dump truck at the location in a plastic burrito wrap, and it's wetted down, it's wrapped, and then it's tarped in the truck. It comes to Sunshine and it's checked to make sure it's certified coming from Army Corps of Engineers, goes to a separate location on the landfill where the tarp is pulled back. The whole burrito is then actually disposed of on site, and as it's being disposed at the water, there's a water truck to keep the dust down, but it's already wet getting here. And this has not been an issue. We've had people from the elected officials office. We had people from many regulatory agencies come here. So it's literally a non-issue right now. And I think it's pretty much at the end of the cleanup process already.
Just why is it segregated from the rest?
That's a requirement in the permit that's issued by the Regional Water Quality Control Board, as the debris has to be in a separate area, not mixed with the current disposal of municipal solid waste. So literally in a separate part of the landfill. And if you saw in one of my panoramic pictures, it's literally a mile away from where I'm standing.
Yeah, it's way on top there.
Yeah.
Yeah. The compliance data, do you get the compliance data from NOVs from AQMD?
Yes, Larry's being nice. I literally call him every day or text him every day. So I get the day-to-day stuff. And not only that, but I get texts and emails from the community members all the time.
Right. And I think in the past you've shown graphs showing the time of day.
Yes.
Versus the type of trash.
Yes.
You continue to do that type of analysis, or you have analysts doing that?
No, we've done all that analysis. We've actually provided all that data and the analysis, including our software and the coding that we do. And that's all been provided to the community and also to AQMD on an ongoing basis. And I want to emphasize that there was a question about access for public health officials or health staff. I update a database where we share all our analysis and all our pictures on a monthly basis with public health and public works and AQMD every single month.
So when you're applying the foam and the to the working phase, and that's
Yes.
in the early hours of
Yes.
the day, right?
Mhm.
And is that when most of the complaints are coming?
Well, the really egregious complaints, I think, are the ones that where people can't sleep at night because it's so smelly. The landfill isn't open. Those are really landfill gas odors.
Right.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to see if those applications of the organic that you're applying is working, because if you're getting
Yes.
early morning complaints,
Yeah.
also that's the
Yeah.
reason I'm asking if the data matches with the,
Well, to a degree, yes, because you heard a previous testimony from Larry is that the majority of the trash from transfer stations that Republic owns, they don't get much odors, right? And then we're already applying at the transfer station before it gets here, when we're applying odor neutralizer and microbiology. Once it gets here, also, the issue is how many other transfer stations. I can tell you in City of LA, there's probably another 30 transfer stations that could possibly be taking materials here. And I think one of the things Republic is doing is actually talking to some of the other transfer stations about applying this material, the odor neutralizer, before it gets here.
because he also mentioned that the inspectors found an odor load, on.
Yes, that
So how did
happens
that
all
get
the time.
Passed.
Yes.
If they're doing checkpoints in the front at the station, how did it get past them?
Well, if there's a particularly odorous load, the waste station has access to, has the ability to reject those loads. So if it's not rejected, it actually mix it in, because if it's odorous, that just means you can smell it. Sometimes there's an odorous load. You can't smell it at the waste station. You can only smell it once it gets to the working phase. But then like I said, there's special procedures for odorous loads. And I gave you the example of the treated medical waste. It's actually has priority to be covered and compacted.
What about non-medical waste odorous load? What do they do when, let's say, if I get past this?
Same thing. Just apply the odor neutralizer, apply the microbiology priority in terms of getting it covered and compacted, which that's a pretty standard method, is just to get it covered as fast as possible.
Right.
Yeah. So the one thing I wanted to point out is if you look at the past, in the 2016 abatement order, when we had a huge reduction in the odor complaints, the restriction hours were not in place. That's because the measures to control landfill gas actually worked. And remember what I said, a lot of the fresh trash odors that you get in the morning is actually from landfill gas moving through fresh trash and getting in that trash odors into the neighborhood. So like the primary focus that for any of these, for both abatement orders, is I'm focusing on really just making the landfill gas system much more robust and much more efficient, and literally redesigning the landfill at the same time, using the microbiology to literally change the chemistry of how landfill operates. So that's pretty significant.
Right. I think the the gas that's coming and that's lifting and going out. That's with the, you say, it's 150, 200 wells that will help to draw better collection, correct?
Yes,
Uh,
plus the pancakes and the waffles. Yeah.
Okay, okay. So that's for the landfill gas. But you know, they also hear from the working phase is creating. So how long? It's been 6 months now since I think you've started implementing spraying all that. And is it working? Why is it not? Why are we still getting so many complaints?
Well, I think what happened in August, this is a particularly hot month. So you have all this food waste that's not being recycled, that's still in the trash. And with hot weather, things just decompose much more rapidly and becomes much more odorous. And the thing I don't like about restricting operating hours is that the tonnage is still going to come in. There's literally no place for this stuff to go because the disposal capacity is already stretched to its limits in LA County. So what happens is if you restrict the operating hours, I got to bring in just as much time.
Stop you. I'm not talking about restricting hours. I'm just going into, you said August was a terrible month because of the heat. So what did they do to reduce the for odors, knowing that, you know, you have conditions that are conducive to creating odors?
Like I said before, we actually have 5 formulations of microbiology we're testing. One is very innovative, but there's 4 that's relatively proven. So we had, I had asked the landfill to order something literally from South Africa that just came in today. So that's very expensive and it's very well proven, and that'll be starting to be applied on the working phase. So
the ones that they're using right now is not as effective, you think?
Well, we don't know, but I know that it's effective, but we have something that's potentially more effective. So that's going to be applied
in the next few weeks, or
well, it's starting literally next week.
And so the community can expect a drop in complaints from the working phase.
Yes, and then right now we have no way of monitoring how much landfill gas is blowing through the working phase. So that's what the laser technology is being used for, to monitor that in conjunction with many other monitoring technologies.
And I think Ms. Manwaring showed the spreadsheet, I believe, you know, that it's something that you provide to AQMD and other agencies on a monthly basis. Is that?
I'm sorry, that assumes facts. The spreadsheet is provided by Weaver to the LEA, and Weaver is a consultant of Republic. Weaver,
okay, and then you provide it in turn to the, okay. So that was my earlier concern in the first hearing, of that I saw AQMD's role was sort of downplayed here, but it looks like, and it was all LEA, you know, but I take it you are the experts, you know, on managing the landfill, and the AQMD is on air monitoring. But I was heartened to hear Ms. Manwaring say that the AQMD board or somebody is doing a contract with Sonoma Technology. Are you familiar with that contract that is going to be issued to do air monitoring, ambient air monitoring?
I'm not familiar with the ambient air monitoring, because our LEA really has very limited jurisdiction on operations of the landfill.
And I think that's rightfully, that's the air quality design. So I'm heartened to know at least there's something else has been done besides, you know, just all the measures that you have indicated here. And maybe I'll ask later for Ms. Manwaring to provide you know, the additional information on that. You know, I know she touched on it, so I don't.
Could you just clarify? What should I?
You mentioned that
I'm confused as well.
You mentioned about Sonoma Tech that the AQMD is issuing a contract.
No. Let me clarify, please.
Please.
In my opening statement, I said there will be additional air monitoring, and I preface that with updates outside of this process. The contract is between Republic and the city and county through the regional planning and the city planning departments. In March, when we were before you, my colleague, Mr. Sanchez, offered that the district's MAD division, monitoring and analysis division, input was solicited from our experts in that.
Okay.
So the contract, AQMD is not a party to the contract.
Okay. And the contract is for air monitoring?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Just one of the last question on the recorded temperature wellhead. There was one, and I think you highlighted it at 672.
That's the reason I highlighted it. It's because the public asked for the raw data that I used to do the analytics. And I said, raw data can be very misleading. I highlighted that 672 degree temperature, excuse me, because it's an obvious instrumentation error. And you'll see on that chart, there's a couple other highlighted. So machines sometimes don't record, and they could record inaccurately. So there's an elevation there on that same chart that says that the well is at 6,000 feet elevation. There's nowhere near any mountain that's even close to that area that's 6,000 feet. So just because we get the raw data, we still have to filter it to take out the things that are obviously mistakes or instrumentation failures.
Oh, let me ask one. I think Mr. Hunter brought up the issue about automated
Yes.
landfill gas monitoring.
Mhm.
Is Chiquita Sunshine doing something like that, or do you know if there's the benefits of doing that, and if they plan to do that?
Well, Sunshine Canyon has a team of people that go to every well twice a month, and I get that data every single month and the location of those wells. And I show you some of that data in my presentation. What Wade Hunter is referring to is this new technology that really is an automated data collection on each individual well, and it tunes automatically. One of the reasons I don't like that is that it takes a while for a well to reach equilibrium. And if you're always making these constant little changes, that doesn't help a landfill gas well actually kind of reach equilibrium. And it does take time for a well to be adjusted and reach equilibrium. And the standard industry practice right now that they're doing is twice a month. And that seems to be very good. If you look at all the raw data, they're able to get all the data they need to operate the landfill and adjust the wells so they're operating at optimum.
You don't even recommend a pilot for certain wells?
You can do a pilot, but a lot of the data that I've seen that's generated by that technology, I know who the company is. It's called Loci. A lot of it's actually inaccurate. And I rather have, I don't want data that's generating little changes every minute or so. I don't know what to do with that data. So that's kind of a trade-off. I rather wait for that technology to mature a little bit better. There are competing ways to look at that type of data. But I'm trying to implement as many things given the kind of data that I have access to and can rely upon. So that's where I'm at.
Well, I think you also can make the argument about using the SEMS and having somebody go to each grid is more accurate than having the laser system.
Yes.
Because that's new technology is automated. Yes. It gives you, readings every 2 seconds.
We're shooting the laser, but I'm also supplementing that with imagery from NASA. And then we're literally hand walking along that laser path just to supplement that. So it's not just one technology. We're collaborating innovative technology with existing established procedures. We're just trying to be very thorough because we're also evaluating is that technology, does it meet a regulatory equivalent to what already is established and accepted? So part of our assessment is not just say, oh, this is what the laser says. I'm saying this is what the laser says, but I'm walking that path, that laser path, and also hand measuring it too. So that's also in the works.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Singh.
You're welcome.
Ms. Verdugo-Peralta.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr.
We can
Singh,
hardly
thank
hear
you. Can you hear me?
No,
You can't hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay. Dr. Singh, thank you very much for all the hard work that you have done. How long have you been working on these data collection reports in regards to this particular landfill?
Since about 2010, when I was asked to come in and make an assessment about the legacy damage about that practice.
Okay, and during that time, you discussed earlier the word transparency.
Yes.
Have there been reports on a regular basis that were available to the public with all of this information?
Absolutely. When our local enforcement agency was created, we got an absolute directive to be responsive to community members. So I've held community meetings, I mean, literally in the community members' homes. But our LAs participated in CAC meetings. And even, there was an issue brought up with the presence of Department of Public Health. I know our LA actually conducted tours and has gone over all the mitigation measures with the members of the Public Health Department. And then, as I said in my testimony, I upload all our data, all the photographs, all our data analysis in coding to Public Works and Public Health on a monthly basis.
Okay, and in reference to those reports, has there been, to your knowledge, any study that correlates the health effects, if you will, from the detrimental effects to the public? Has there been anything that correlates with your reports and the time frame of your reports with any health effect studies at all?
I'm only aware of one previous health risk study, and I actually had provided copies of that to community members and to the CAC. But I think CAC actually has copies of that already.
And when was that, sir?
I don't even know when that study was done.
In 2017, Sonoma Technology published a health risk, well, not a health risk, an air monitoring study, which assessed air quality at the Van Gogh School compared with an air monitoring station at the ridgeline of the landfill. And they used what's called the SUMA canister testing protocol, which some of you may know about. It's the Air District has a MATES, M-A-T-E-S, regional air monitoring protocol they follow, which is dictated by US EPA. And it involves taking a 24-hour sample every 6 days. So it's an alternating, you go Monday one week, then next week it's Sunday, the next week it's Saturday. And they do that across the whole county region. And they did this for a year at Sunshine Canyon, again, at the Van Gogh School and at the Ridgeline. And they determined that the air quality in the neighborhood downwind of the landfill was in general better than the average air quality in the LA basin. And they did not determine that there were any significant detrimental effects on air quality due to emissions from the landfill. And I also know that Philip Fine, who used to be on the AQMD staff, reviewed the Sonoma Tech study and testified before the hearing board, I think it was in 2017, that the Air District staff did not conclude that there were any health risks created by air emissions from the landfill. So that's a published study. It's available, and we could certainly make it part of the record if the hearing board desires that.
And is that the last one that was done?
To my knowledge, yes. So I should add that Sonoma Tech is going to start the same one-year air monitoring study. I think it's slated to start in October because they need to get all the equipment. They're going to be doing the same SUMA canister testing at the Van Gogh School, at the ridgeline between the landfill and the community, and they're going to establish a third air monitoring station on the other side of the landfill, so upwind, if you will, when the wind is blowing towards the community. So they'll have 3 monitoring stations. They're going to do that for a year, at least a year. And then that will provide the data that could be used to do an additional health risk assessment like the one that was done in 2017.
But not inclusive of actual community members who are experiencing any respiratory problems. Is that correct?
I'm not sure I understand that question. They're going to be monitoring VOCs and carbon.
Right. I understand that. That wasn't my question. That wasn't my question. My question was, is this going to be inclusive of any community members in particular who are experiencing any respiratory ailments or other ailments that they feel is related to the odor complaints from this landfill?
I don't know what you mean by inclusive. Are they going to interview people?
Correct.
I don't think that's the
Or
plan.
test.
It's going to be a summa canister testing, simply collecting objective scientific data, not interviewing individuals about their complaints.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions from Mr. Pearman, Dr. Abraham Ali? All right, down to closing. Ms. Manoir?
If I may, before I close, one very brief point. At the end of the March hearing, several requests were made of the district. And this reminds me that I have not addressed a specific request by Mr. Pearman, if I may briefly. My understanding was the video recording was a little bit off. So I wasn't sure if he asked for 2 or 3 years. But Mr. Pearman, if you recall, you asked for us to provide any health effect studies or health assessments within the last 2 years. It may have been 3 years. Again, the video was a little hard to hear. I want you to know that I was aware of the 2017, which is outside the time frame. In addition, I was able to find a draft document was brought to my attention that is arguably responsive to that request, but it's only in draft form, so I'm not able to provide it. I just wanted to acknowledge that. So if I may, the only responsive document that I was able to identify in the time frame you requested is a document related to the facility's flare expansion project, which is undergoing a CEQA analysis as part of the permitting process. What was brought to my attention was a September 2024 air quality impact analysis and health risk assessment for the flare capacity expansion project at Sunshine Canyon landfill. That is a very specific analysis related to a specific project that is undergoing a CEQA analysis. And because it's in draft form, I couldn't present it. If this board thinks the air quality chapter of the CEQA analysis and this analysis specific to that project is relevant when it's in final form, we'll be happy to present it to the board. Thank you for allowing me that time. I didn't want Mr. Pearman to think that I didn't hear or address the request.
Right, Mr. Bruin, closing?
We concur, excuse me.
That was not my closing.
Okay, well, go right ahead.
Today's testimony demonstrated that this order is being complied with. We endeavored to provide reasons why it seems to be getting worse before it gets better. AQMD has the jurisdiction and authority to bring abatement actions to this board, and it's the LEA that has the landfill expertise. Together, we've brought you a suite of mitigation measures that are cumulative and complementary. The community deserves relief, and if we knew how to bring it sooner, it would be before you now. This is not a quick fix. The district has requested a status hearing to be scheduled at the end of next rainy season. And I'd like to highlight that that is consistent with the request made by Mr. Hunter in his written testimony and his spoken testimony today. So with that, the district reports your order is being complied with. We're hopeful that when we see you again, we will have better results to report. Thank you.
So just so we're clear, our calendar goes to December 31st, 2025. We're defining the end of rainy season as
April, May is my understanding.
So then can we pick a day later?
We would prefer end of rainy season plus a short window to analyze data.
Okay, no problem. So then can you work with the clerk's office on a day? Okay.
Was it all 2026 so far for the flight active cases? That's all.
Okay, good deal. So then we can work, I guess you can prop for a couple of dates, Mr. Chavez, we can go from there. Okay, Mr. Bruin.
Well, we think a further status hearing makes a lot of sense at the end of the wet season with a reasonable time to analyze the data. We appreciate the hearing board's time and thank you very much.
All right, on deliberation, members of the hearing board.
It's Mr. Pearman here. Once people give their comments, my motion would be simply to receive and file the status report, today's testimony and exhibit, sir. Nothing further from me.
All right,
Mr. Chair,
ma'am.
what I want to make sure that we have in front of us also is some type of health effects study or proposed, at least a proposed health effects study. I'm concerned that we have all of this data in front of us and the community, they're not scientists. And so they are trying to absorb all of this information. And really the bottom line is, how does this affect them? I mean, our mission, the AQMD mission, is to reduce the health effects, reduce the pollution in the district. And by doing so, how do we show them that it's be done? I think there should have been an executive summary on this that would have been able to have been presented to the public in an easier fashion. I appreciate all of the data and all of the work that's been done, but not everybody, especially from the public, they don't understand that. So what they are still experiencing are their health effects. And I don't think that's something that can be ignored. I think we need to address it in the most conscientious way we possibly can.
Mr.
So
Bullock.
that needs to be a part of the motion. I'm deferring to Mr. Pearman, our attorney.
Well, my only concern, Ms. Verdugo-Peralta, is none of these individuals control that particular aspect, that particular discipline, as it were. So if you're requesting that they request the Department of Health or someone in that area to come and provide testimony, then that's something that they can probably do. But for us to mandate that they provide an air monitoring analysis or report, who's going to do it?
Well, it's not so much an air monitoring report. I'm asking, what authority do we have, or do we have authority to request some type of a health effects study, whether we're requesting it from the health department, whoever we're requesting, or whoever we can request. I understand that we may not have the authority ourselves, but I think somewhere, someplace, the question needs to be answered by whomever these collective agencies are. How exactly is this affecting, even, if it's a good direction that all of this is going, they need to know that.
So why don't we work through our attorney to send a letter over to the county? Perhaps they can get us something, but I don't want to tether that to this particular motion and cause further constraints and or impacts when neither of the parties before us have that level of authority. Mr. Balakapalan.
Well, to that point, I think Mr. Bruin had indicated that they are going to hire Sonoma Tech to do air monitoring, to collect the data. So it's already something that they're going to do without even us requiring it,
Yeah, but hold on, we're under deliberation, so we're not going to do no more comments.
I'm heartened to that, because that was one change I was going to propose to the condition, but knowing that they are going to do that, I think, and as probably as early as October, once you get the instrumentation, I think that's the first necessary step for the community to know what they're exposed to. And then, as Ms. Enring said, from that, they can analyze the data to see if it exceeds the 1402 threshold, to see any further reduction has to be done. So collecting data, represented data, what the community exposed to, is critical. And I think having good data with Sonoma Tech will help towards it. Hopefully they will have some at the next hearing. We'll have some preliminary data if they have compiled it. Don't know how it's going to be for a year, but at least we'll have some preliminary data if there is showing any kind of exceedance of the state's REL levels or cancer potency levels.
He's talking.
So I'm heartened to hear that they are doing that. I don't think we need to per se put that in as a condition to modify it. I'll take his word that this could happen, and the district is working with them in the sampling and protocol and so forth. And I wanted to add that, Mrs. Singh has given an excellent presentation and documentation, and it's all on paper. It looks very good, and it's also been practiced. But at the same time, the community, they cannot afford to. They have to wait. It looks like now we are selling them. Let's wait another 6 months. You'll see the benefit. It's hard to tell them, hey, just be patient. So I hopefully, the new product that you're using will help better, because it doesn't seem like it's working that well, because you're still getting complaints from the working phase, So yes, and I think you have to try different ones before you get something that'll optimize and work well. So to the fact that you're still working on and testing it, and I saw the fact you're doing all kinds of testing to ensure that it really works, that's a good step. So again, you on paper and your presentation, you feel good as a board member. Oh yeah, they're doing everything. But as a public member hearing this, like, yeah, it's all more talk, but I don't see what else we can do at this point at the, so I will stop there.
Mr.
Sure.
Dr. Abram.
Yep. I appreciate the comments about the health risk assessment. I appreciate that that's in the works, and I don't see why we wouldn't include it, but that's fine because we already have the order of abatement, but we assume that that really will happen. And then we look forward to seeing the reports that were mentioned. Manwaring, if you don't mind submitting those before the next one.
Before the next one, I'll work with council. get
Thank you
the
so much
document.
on that. What I'll just say is, we really appreciate how much information has been presented today. It seems like there's a lot of due diligence in making sure that we're employing the most innovative, best technologies, scientific advancements to get ahead of this problem. And even then, we can't keep up with the heat and with the water. And we're just going to have to see what this next rainy season holds for all of us. And we understand the concerns of the public. And, we understand their lack of patience on this one because they're living the reality every day. We really do hope that we can get down to how much of asthma exacerbations or health effects or any other impacts people are feeling are really caused by this, but we know that's very nuanced and hard to say, but we hear the community on that one. I think what is missing is communication. If we can continue to communicate as best we can to the public from all parties involved, whether it's the district, the LEA, from the landfill itself, it sounds like we need to keep giving the bite-sized pieces of information that we are doing a lot. We are probably doing as much as we can. I'd be curious to keep learning what more can we do. But I also think, how do we empower the community to feel that they're part of the solution? And so if these things like controlling organic waste is one of the strategies, is that something that we really motivate the community to help get the message out there that we all play a role in the increasing waste that we have as a society? Many of these are existential crises, but the reality is we have this hearing before us today. We need to have an order. We need to do our best to protect the health of the public. But we know that we're dealing up against some much larger concerns, whether it's the heat, changes in weather, our approach to waste is really at the heart of a lot of this. Thank you.
All right, so just a couple comments. So Ms. Manwaring, the floor is yours, and I'll make my comments after. You want to make a comment?
Thank you, sir. Just very briefly, the use of health effects study, which is in the purview of the Public Health Department, and the performance of a health risk assessment, which is done consistent with District Rule 1402, seem to be being used interchangeably.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I just wanted to bring attention to that.
And I'm so glad she underscored that, because we're convoluting and confusing an argument. The respondent is doing an analysis. The community, as well as the gentleman who testified, he would like a different analysis done by the county. He is not going to receive and accept an analysis done by the respondent. Let's be clear. So as we're throwing out these terms, well, my argument was, let's not tether, because we're talking about two different analyses or two different reviews, as it were, right? And I think it would be somewhat misleading to the public if we added an addendum to the motion and didn't describe exactly what air analysis we're referencing. There are multiple air and health risk assessments, et cetera, at play by a plethora of agencies, not the least of which includes the respondent. So that was my main concern. My other concern was, this is voluminous. I would hope and pray that we received this 72 hours before. This is a tremendous amount of information, and the public, it would have been nice for it to have been uploaded so that the public could have also reviewed it during the hearing. Oftentimes, members of the public believe that we're going to be able to solve all of the challenges and ills in the day. It's just not going to happen. It's just not going to happen because of the constraints, time limitation, but also just the protocols associated with managing and governing a body, especially as unique and as quasi legislative, and judicial as this. And so again, I hope that we get this 72 hours in advance so it can be properly uploaded. I thank both sides immensely for the work put into this, and I also believe that it would be phenomenal if this distinguished gentleman here, if he could do a town hall. He can take a 600-page report and do a whole day's worth of town hall, because the public is very interested, but it's just not enough time in a given day to get through all of that. So again, I really appreciate you immensely. I respect you beyond measure. And I hope to look forward. I look forward to seeing you in 6-7 months or so. All right, we're gonna, Mr. Pearman laid a motion on the floor, and the motion was to receive and file the reports inclusive of exhibits 5 on the petitioner side and exhibit A on the respondent side. So I believe if we set the day, what do we say, May?
End of May, early June is what was discussed.
Okay, so if we look at,
May 26th is the last week for hearing in May.
okay, so then why don't we do June 2nd?
Could I please request the 3rd? A Wednesday is easier for the district to prepare for a hearing.
I'll tell you that those are all graduation, that's all graduation week in and around SoCal and around California. So people will be very upset over in that community. So why don't we then look towards May 27th, which is a Wednesday? All right, Mr. Balakapalan, you had a comment, sir?
I was just going to say, we should probably make a motion to amend to find good cause to for the modification. While there's no modification, we still are making a modification for a status hearing.
Okay, so why don't you go ahead and lay the motion on the floor? We can include it with.
Yeah, so I think, so you want me, okay, I'll make.
Go right ahead.
Finding, that we, in the matter of South Coast AQMD versus Browning Ferris doing business such a Canyon landfill, I move that we find good cause to accept the report with the following modification, that the next status hearing will be held, if I didn't get the date, April?
May 27th.
27th, 2026.
Yes. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Dr. Abraham. Any further question or discussion on the motion? Hearing none. Dr. Abraham.
Aye.
Ms. Verdugo Peralta.
Aye.
Mr. Balakapalan.
Aye.
Mr. Pearman.
Aye.
Ali votes in the affirmative. The motion is hereby approved unanimously. We're off the record and adjourned at 2:19 p.m.
Thank you.